Recording in progress.
Wow. You stole our work and then you want us to explain why. Okay. That's mine.
Oh, it's yours.
Yes.
Okay.
Bernard, really?
No, it's new. I haven't seen it before. I thought maybe the new guy.
Yeah.
To 2019, 2020.
I haven't seen it yet.
Really?
Mine's the red.
Oh,
We're on.
hi. Good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Brookline Select Board for Tuesday, September 28th, 2022. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of discussing litigation strategy and collective bargaining, if doing so in open session would have a detrimental effect on our negotiating positions, and the chair so declares. The board will reconvene in open session approximately around 6 p.m. I move approval. I move that we go into executive session. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John? Thank you.
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Let's go.
resuming our meeting. This is the regular portion of the Brookline Select Board for Tuesday, September 28th. It's a Wednesday, not a Tuesday.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Okay. Let's go into news and announcements. Anyone have anything? Oh, I do want to put a plug in for the Rotary's Dog Day, which is
The 16th.
yes,
right?
October 16th.
Yeah.
Different location than it was last year, I believe.
Mhm.
And it's going to be on a Sunday from like 11 to 2 or 3 o'clock. Bring your dog, bring doggy bags, and you'll see me in a costume, maybe. Okay. Bernard,
Let me just add, it's
Okay.
a Downs Field this year instead of Brookline
Oh,
Field.
yeah.
And if you don't have a dog, I'm sure you can borrow one like I
I
did
thought
last
too.
year.
No, I
That was
definitely
really funny to see.
definitely can't bring my second dog.
Miriam?
I just want to remind everybody that the town is doing COVID boosters. We got my daughter, who was 13, boosted last week at Florida Rough and Ridley. And my son, thank you, Clint Richmond, is signed up for Monday to have his third booster at the age of 15. So please check out the town website. Last I checked, which was about an hour and a half ago, there were still available time slots for Monday's vaccination clinic at the town hall.
John?
And get your flu shots.
Just want to be sure I'm not stealing anybody else's thunder. If I read aloud a letter we got about heroic action by a crossing guard.
Oh, I have not
was
seen
that
that.
was a lovely letter.
I will, it'll only take about a minute, but I'm going to go ahead and read it as it was sent to us. Members of the town of Brookline Select Board, yesterday morning around 8 a.m., my husband and I took our grandson to daycare at the corner of Harvard and School Streets. After dropping him off, we stood at the light and waited for the light to change and the signal to walk. In a brief second, as the light changed, the crossing guard heroically motioned, yelled, and ran into the street to prevent a woman on our corner from crossing as a car ran a red light at a high speed just when the woman was about to step off the curb. The glare of the sun made it almost impossible to see the car, but the crossing guard on the other side of the street saw it, and her quick actions saved the woman from danger and the possibility of a horrific accident. This may have been just a normal morning for the crossing guard, but to us, her action was extraordinary. She is to be commended for her selfless, smart, and quick action. She put herself into harm's way, and we were awed, thankful, and very grateful that she was there at that corner. I don't know her name, and I'm going to jump in right now and say her name is Melissa Miller. I checked with the chief pastor, but our daughter said she's there every day. Please send her our thanks and gratitude. Melissa Miller, please accept our thanks and gratitude. We think she should be publicly recognized for going above and beyond. Perhaps her actions yesterday saved a life. And then finally, with this paragraph, my mother was born and raised in Brookline and attended Brookline High School. We are here often now visiting our children and delighted to be in a town that was so beloved by my mother so many years ago. And it's signed Maxine and Ken Goldstein. So thank you, Maxine and Ken. And most of all, thank you, Melissa Miller, Crossing Guard.
Wonderful. Chaz?
Just briefly, and perhaps on a more summer note than that, we did receive a number of reports over the weekend, and then regarding a couple of minor injuries to police officers. Thankfully, they are all okay. But I wanted to acknowledge a couple of minor incidents where the police were called in to address issues, including in one instance a attempted bank robbery, which was foiled by the police. Thankfully they caught the suspect, but in the process of assisting individuals or responding to complaints, there were a couple of minor injuries, that thankfully the officers are recovering from. But as always, I think it's the sense of the town administration, and I know of everyone here, that we wish them well and a speedy recovery, and to thank them and the police department for the service that they do in keeping the town safe and secure. So thank you, and speedy recovery wishes to all of you.
Any other
I have
announcements?
one tiny addition.
Oh, Miriam.
I just want to note that Brookline High School was noted in one of the top 25 high schools in the state.
Oh.
Thank you, VHS.
And this morning.
Yes. Reminding
Yes,
us.
thank you for reminding me the really good news that I should remind. We are very pleased to announce that Fortune Magazine has listed Brookline as one of the top 25 communities for families to live in. On the list, it is the only municipality in Massachusetts, and it is only one of two in New England. It's a high honor. We are 16th on that list, and I anticipate we'll be even higher next year once they come in and really see how good we are. So congratulations to the town. You know, as a big portion of that, the measurements there are in the quality of services and the quality of schools. And so thank you to all the town workers who have made that possible. And to all the volunteers on all the various boards and efforts that have made this place such a great place to live. I'm glad that it is being continually recognized, and I look forward to being even higher next year, including ahead of South Portland, Maine, who did not deserve to be number 13.
John.
I just want to add that when Chaz shared that news with us, my first reaction was to send him a reply saying, Chaz, it's time for you to say, my work here is done. Thank you very much. And, you know, exit stage right. But then, you know, both of us, I think, were reminded of the fact that I think this calls for just a mention that Mel Kleckner, who retired a couple of weeks ago, if you're listening at home, Mel, and I hope you're not, because you've got better things to do, I'm sure, after 12 years serving the town of Brookline. But you get the lion's share of the credit for the town administrator's part of keeping Brookline, you know, at the level of number 16 of all of communities in the nation in terms of you know, family friendliness and good place to raise a family.
Now we just have to make it more affordable.
Bernard.
Yeah, I don't have it on my phone. The incident, a couple of the incidents that you referred to involved people in mental health distress. And what I think, and I don't know all the details, but from what I've read, the fact that our officers are trained to deal with those situations in a de-escalation type of way, as opposed to just going in with guns blazing, can account for the fact that those people who really had serious problems were not unnecessarily injured, and probably minimize the injury that the officers suffered themselves. So, I mean, it'd be nice to have more information on that, but I think that sort of illustrates the importance of some of the training that all of the officers in our department have.
Any other comments before we go into public comment? John, take it away.
Here we go. To those of you who are joining us for public comment, thank you. It's an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. And please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first on our list?
The first person signed up for public comment is Michelle Smith. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your time will begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Select Board, and allowing me to speak tonight. I am a parent of a peer student.
Michelle, you're going to need to unmute.
I think she is unmuted because we can see the caption.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, but you're right.
It might be on our end.
It is unmuted on my end.
Extensive testing this afternoon. It was working.
Well, if you'll give us 1 second, sorry. We will we'll make sure that we can hear you before you begin.
Oh, interesting. Marissa Voigt said she can hear Michelle on the Q&A.
But we can't hear here.
It's probably the
Can't hear
room.
her. Yeah. Nat said, Nat Gillis, they can hear you.
Hey, Devin, Adele Sands, needs to be attended to.
What?
Adele Sands is waiting to be admitted.
She's just in the attendee list.
Okay,
She's here.
okay.
We are hearing the Zoom on the stream and on the Zoom, so we do hear audio there.
Okay.
So presumably it's something here. That was working an hour ago and now isn't, so we'll be troubleshooting it and you can try somebody else on Zoom and see if we can hear them.
I mean, I
think
could,
that's a problem, but you can.
Mute.
yeah. Put your microphone here. Oh, well, I have the captions in there.
How do you want to proceed?
Maybe we unmute one of our laptops so that we can hear if the rest of the public outside can hear.
Okay.
And then hopefully Big will figure it out.
Wouldn't we get feedback?
Miriam, do you want to connect
I
the
can unmute.
audio and unmute?
Maybe, well, she shouldn't put her microphone on.
Yeah, but then you have to turn
Close.
off your mic. Yeah.
Just like this, right?
No.
We'll
I
just
think
give
we'll
it a
get
whirl.
feedback.
That's not, it's this.
Life was so simple before hybrid meetings.
You could, yeah, sure.
Hey, everyone, it's Kathy from Big. I just thought while we're troubleshooting this, I could step up to the podium and talk to the select board. I know all these problems that we've had are frustrating. It's echoing in her ear or
Oh,
everywhere.
I think we have some audio now.
Oh, excellent.
Let's see.
Michelle, do you want to try again?
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, excellent.
Great. Okay.
Okay.
All right, your
On that
time.
note, I will
So-
come back later.
Go right ahead.
Everybody
Okay.
else mute or turn their sound off because that's probably the echo.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Michelle Smith and I am a Pierce parent of a first grader. I'm a former elementary school teacher and taught in an open classroom setting previously. I'm urging you to vote for the Pierce renovation project and put it on the override as soon as possible to avoid delays. As is, my daughter would only experience being at the new Pierce for several years. But I know that it is so important because right now it is not inclusive and it's not an inclusive environment that is ADA compliant. I've been in the school in the setting and I know from also watching Jamie Yadoff's video that it is not ADA compliant. And I just feel that all the students really need an environment where they can learn and without distractions. I know from teaching in that setting for a short time, it was not conducive to great learning. And I just urge you to, put this on the ballot so that we can move forward and not have more costs surrounding this project. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
The next person signed up for public comment is Marissa Vogt. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa Vogt. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 6. And more importantly, I am the mother of a Pierce kindergartner and a BEEP preschooler. And I'm speaking tonight on behalf of over 70 of my fellow town meeting members to express our strong support for the Pierce building project and for holding a debt exclusion vote in early 2023, January or February. The Pierce School, as you know, is badly in need of repair and renovation to make the school ADA compliant and provide an equitable learning environment for Pierce students. Recognizing the fiscal challenges facing the town, the Pierce project team has worked hard to cut costs, and the recent value engineering has reduced the total project cost to $199 million. But halting the project now or adding significant delays will undo years of hard work by the building committee. Delaying the project by 5 years would cost the town more than $80 million due to a combination of escalating costs and loss of state aid. And each month of delay reduces our buying power by an estimated $700,000 due to inflation. We therefore urge the select board and the town clerk to place the debt exclusion vote on the ballot as soon as possible after the MSBA vote and no later than February 2023 to avoid incurring additional costs and most critically to avoid further delays in opening the new building to students and staff. The cost of hiring any necessary temporary staff for a January or February 2023 election will be small compared to the monthly costs of delaying the project. It is time to move forward with the new school and let the voters support Pierce just like they supported other building projects. We hope the select board and the town clerk will work together to place the project on the ballot as soon as possible. Thank you.
At this time, there are 20 virtual attendees and 1 in person. No one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Great. Oh, Kathy, yes, please.
I just thought I'd come up and finish my sentence. I just want to thank you all for your patience. One of the biggest challenges for us in the last 3 years has been getting this hybrid system in place. So I want to just thank you and thank the public for your patience with this. I've been talking with many of my colleagues around the state who are having the same kinds of growing pains that we are. We're adding a whole lot of complexity into this system. And technology is not perfect. You know, it'll work. Everything works an hour before, and then we add variables into it, and sometimes it doesn't work. So we are, I think, getting a handle on everything. And I just want to say I will be with you until we get it perfected. I'll be coming every time you have a meeting. And I assure you that it will be fine moving forward. But I am glad that we're in good company with our colleagues around the state and trying to make sure that we can do a lot more than what we were doing in 2019. And thanks again for your patience and your support through this. I also thank the select board members who participated recently in our crowdsourced Boston filming of this year's film, the Star Wars, The New Hope, the original one. And I want to let you know that it will be screening at Coolidge Corner Theater on December 7th. So put it on your calendars. And I've seen some of the scenes and they are amazing. We have 42 teams across Brookline who are participating, Brookline and Boston. So it's going to be a really fun night and everyone will be wearing costumes. So I expect that you will come in yours as well. Thank you.
Excellent. I kept those stormtrooper masks, by the way. So thank you so much. And let me just say, it is a pleasure to work with you and your staff. I may have to sabotage some of the equipment just to make sure that you keep coming. But I also kind of, in a weird way, relish the fact that things have been so bumpy, because sometimes people make proposals and it sounds really good. And it sounds like it's very straightforward and nothing could go wrong, right? Oh, hybrid meetings, everything should be hybrid. No, there are a lot of logistical challenges behind the scenes. And so I kind of like the fact that things have not gone so smoothly, just because it shows that it really does require a lot of troubleshooting, and it does have an impact on our staff, your staff. So, you know, scaling up is going to take some time.
Absolutely. And if I can just add one more thing, you know, we have a brand new team. Anne and I are the only constants since 2019. And just in the last 2 months, we have a whole new team. So I want to really thank Eric Sack in the back here, who has only been working on this for the last 4 months. Even though he has a whole other job to do. We hope we'll get him back to that. Adam Sayer, who's brand new to our team, who's in the booth along with Morgan, who you guys all know. And then of course, Ann Tice, who has been logging in faithfully throughout the pandemic to make sure that our government meetings are running. So I just want to thank them in particular for all the work that they've been doing to make sure this goes well. And we'll be here all the time. So we'll make sure it goes well. The other thing we did do, we are going to be hiring somebody to do hybrid meeting support for the new system downstairs. So as community meetings will be happening and we'll be using that new system that we have on the first floor, we have a staff person that will be here for all of those meetings, helping the community to make sure that their meetings are publicly available, and that they don't have any technical problems while they're using that system.
Great, thank you so much. We literally could not do it without you. Okay, so we're running a little bit behind. Any objections to expediting the miscellaneous items? I'll just,
Heather,
yes,
I'd like
Bernard.
to take B out of order.
sure.
A separate vote.
Okay, let's do the meeting minutes, then we'll do B separately, and then I'll move the rest of the miscellaneous agenda all in one without reading all of it. So any discussion before I move the meeting minutes from September 20th? Seeing none, I'll move the meeting minutes from September 20th, 2022. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And let's take 7B out of the miscellaneous. It says, question of concurring with the advisory committee's authorization of a transfer from the town's liability catastrophe fund to pay for settlement of 2 pre-suit claims by current employees who allege unlawful sexual harassment, and the matter of Miriam Karimi versus Town of Brookline, U.S. District Civil Action, blah, 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 a former library employee who alleges unlawful retaliation, and to authorize the town administrator to enter into any agreement on behalf of the select board memorializing these proposed settlements.
Can we take those separately? I didn't realize that there are two items there.
Okay, we can do whatever you would like to do.
Why don't you- let's start with number 1.
Okay,
Okay.
is there any discussion that you would like
No.
to
that's,
say? Okay, you just want to vote on them separately.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Any discussion? You have to be very careful because this is litigation. Okay, so you want me to divide the two. So I will move approval of,
Say 6B.
2 pre-suit claims.
yeah,
Yeah,
this
item
is 7B.
1. Yeah.
The 2 pre-suit claims by current employees who allege unlawful sexual harassment.
Just appeared.
Right on cue. All those in
Second.
favor,
Oh, I was gonna second. No second.
Okay.
So, yeah.
all those in favor of
Item 1.
paying the settlement of 2 pre-suit claims? Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then settling the matter of Karimi versus Town of Brookline. All those in favor, Bernard,
Abstain.
John,
Aye.
Miriam? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. For the rest of the miscellaneous, it includes golf course enterprise gift, Driscoll School project amendment, another Driscoll School, a Brookline High School project, and then a bunch of one-day temporary liquor license. All those in favor of 7C through 7H? John, Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Now we're trying to get back on track. We're only 17 minutes.
Do we need to vote the minutes?
We did.
We did. As
Mhm.
part of that?
I did the minutes and then we took 7B and then we did the rest of the miscellaneous.
Where was I? Okay.
Don't worry. Noise bylaw waiver extension, public hearing. This is a public hearing. And I believe that we are hearing from Mr. Bill Smith and possibly Rob King, our chief engineer.
In the meantime, you can hear from a neighbor who's been waiting for this for about 25 years.
Hmm.
But this is the culmination of a very long process to get that bridge back in.
Oh, is this
This
having
is the
to do with
Carlton-
Carlton?
Replacing the Carlton Street Bridge. This is actually putting the bridge in place.
Mr. King,
Good evening to the board. Happy Wednesday. Nice to see everyone this evening. So for the record,
hump day.
that's it. For the record, my name is Rob King, Director of Engineering and Transportation for the town. This evening, I'm joined by Bill Smith, one of my colleagues in the engineering team, who is also the project manager for the Carlton Street Footbridge project. So I'm going to be brief this morning out of respect for the rest of the agenda and your goals of getting back on track. First, I want to thank this group for your approval from the town's noise bylaw previously to support this project. We were originally targeting the first of 3 MBTA D-line shutdowns for this Mass DOT managed project. The reality is we're not going to hit it. Unfortunately, as we all know, during construction, we sometimes experience delays. In this case, it was due to some steel fabrication, assembly, painting, final finishing. The reality is that we are now targeting the 2nd or 3rd of the 2 remaining MBTA shutdowns that are planned for this fall. We have every belief and we are doing everything we can to support Mass DOT in the effort to accomplish this work during the 2nd of those shutdowns. In the event we don't hit that, we're also asking for your approval to complete this work during the 3rd. But again, we want to be respectful of your time. So we're going to include those both here this evening. The abutters have all been notified of this meeting this evening. The neighborhood generally has been notified, and Bill and I are both here for any questions this board may have.
One of the many reasons I love transportation is because it forces you to really have plan A, plan B, and plan C.
Try to have backup plans for the backup plans.
Yes. So thank you very much for having a contingency built into this vote. Any questions for our team? John.
Is there going to be any, and if you've answered this already, forgive me, is there going to be any financial penalty to the town of Brookline for any of the delays in this?
I appreciate that question. So that is the primary, through the chair, that is the primary reason that we are targeting these currently planned shutdowns with the MBTA. So in the event we didn't hit these shutdowns, first, we'd have to ask the MBTA if they would even entertain a shutdown. And given everything else they have on their plate these days, their answer would probably be no. In the event they were willing to entertain a shutdown, that cost would then be, a lot of that cost would then fall on the town's plate. So again, we are confident we're going to hit the 2nd of 3 here. And in that case, these costs are already built into the project.
Yes, we encountered that with the high school project. Sometimes it's called force accounts and is very expensive to pay the MBTA to close because we also have to pay for all of the shuttle service.
Oh, wow.
John?
Yeah, a follow-up. So I heard you say that, and Heather as well, that there's money set aside for that, right? But is there a possibility that we're going to have to overspend what has been set aside for that?
Based on every conversation that we've had with the project team to date, and we have weekly meetings with them, we are absolutely on budget right now.
But we haven't yet had to ask for special consideration by the MBTA to suspend service so that we can do construction.
Well, the plan A is to piggyback on one of these 2 shutdowns.
Yeah. But if I heard Rob correctly, I thought perhaps he was saying we might not finish within the window that we're hoping to finish within.
No, through the chair, we were originally targeting the 1st of 3 planned shutdowns. Due to those unforeseen conditions, we're now targeting the 2nd. We have every reason to believe we are going to complete that during the 2nd. We are simply asking for the 3rd so that we don't have to come back to this board.
Got it.
Right now, there is no reason to imagine at all that we would miss that 3rd window if we needed to use it.
Thanks.
Mike?
From the time that you bolt the bridge in place to the time that it actually is available for use, any guesses, any estimates?
Thank you for the question. So through the chair, our schedule is still targeting an opening of the Carlton Street footbridge in the spring. What would happen for this instance is crane would be brought in. A pick would take place where the bridge is picked up, set in place, pinned, welded, and then work continues. But we are still targeting a final completion date in the spring of 2023.
Okay, thank you.
You just want to be at the ribbon cutting.
Absolutely want to be.
I do too. Can't wait.
Any other questions before I open it up to the public? Okay, this is a public hearing. And 20 years ago, it was very controversial. Is it still controversial? Devin, let us know.
At this time, there are 20 virtual attendees and 2 in person. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
So I guess not.
So I guess not. Thank you very much for all of your work on this. I will close the public hearing. Any questions or comments before I move the language to be voted? Bernard.
So 20 years ago, and even more recent than that, one of the controversies with respect to this bridge was its ADA accessibility. And that's been fixed, which is why we can actually build the bridge. Could you describe how it's accessible? For people in wheelchairs and other disabilities.
If it's okay with the board, I'm going to defer to my colleague Bill on this one. He has lived this project throughout the entire design, so it'll be a chance for him to speak to the benefits it's going to provide.
At both the, hi, I'm Bill Smith with Engineering and Transportation, and at both sides, both the north and south sides of the footbridge, accessible ramps will be appended. They're roughly 5 feet wide and extend the necessary lengths in order to rise from ground level to the level at the top of the stairs or the bridge level.
Yeah, you can see them if you walk along the Muddy River path. You can see the south side in particular is quite a piece of work to get that ramp in there because of the change in elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I asked that question because there are a lot of people who aren't aware that was an issue, and it's an issue that we have addressed.
Oh yeah, it caused a massive delay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Well,
and you'll see those ramps under construction. I have now a date of Monday of this coming week that materials might be delivered for the north ramp, which is the ramp that'll run roughly parallel to Carlton Path. And they'll begin erection.
Any other comments before I move the language to make this official? Okay, seeing none, I move question of granting an extension to the earlier issued noise bylaw waiver given to Etna Bridge Company running September 23rd to October 2nd for the newly needed period extending from 7 p.m. Friday, October 7th, 2022 through 8:30 a.m. Sunday, October 16th, 2022. Again, piggybacking on a planned MBTA 9-day Green Line D branch shutdown to allow for the craning and setting of the rehabilitated Carlton Street footbridge span and associated work above the MBTA tracks. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the board. Have a great night.
Great. Interviews for boards and commissions. We have someone interested in serving on our Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. Karen Ambrose.
Hi, can you guys see or hear me?
Hi, Karen, we can hear you. I am
Okay.
going to need you to accept the prompt to be promoted to a panelist.
Good evening, everyone, select board members. I'm
Good
Karen
evening.
Ambrose.
So if you want to just say a few words about yourself and why you're interested in this particular position, and then I'll open it up to select board questions.
Sure. I'm Karen Ambrose. I am a newly elected town meeting member for Precinct 4. And I'm very interested in the relationship between the police and the community. I am a person of color. I've lived in Brookline for many years. I can't count anymore. But I do want to serve on this board to ensure that everyone, all community members, all visitors to the town of Brookline feel like they can come in and feel safe and receive equitable treatment. In preparing for tonight, I glanced at the police department's website, and there were a few key words on there that really appealed to me, and one of the reasons why I'd like to join. And some of them were without fear of crime, or fair and impartial police service, having a bias-free manner. These are all very important phrases for me. And so I would like to be able to represent everyone in the town and to ensure that there's just fair and equitable treatment, and also better collaboration with the police and community members.
Excellent, thank you. Questions for Karen? Bernard?
First of all, I'd like to thank you. You're a member of my precinct. You and your father are town meeting members in Precinct 4. So go Precinct 4. You really answered my questions to some degree, but let me just ask anyway. Give me a sense of your experiences in Brookline that caused you to be interested in this particular committee, and what you would like to accomplish on the committee.
Yeah, sure. So like I said, I've lived in the town for quite a few years. I am a parent to a son who is African American. And so I've also heard some of the issues that some of our constituents face. And so for me, it's all about bridging that gap. I think that different people have different experiences depending on where they live. If they live in public housing as opposed to on a private street, the treatment could be different, or the fact that they're not comfortable enough to build on these relationships or speak up for many different reasons. But I also participated in the Juneteenth celebration this year also, and there were some concerns in terms of people feeling comfortable to participate in the celebration. And I think that the more we can hear people's concerns, encourage them to voice their concerns, address the issues, and hold people accountable. That's the only way that we can build that trust again and have that collaboration where people can feel safe. People can all feel like they have similar experiences, and there isn't a difference in treatment based on their skin color or where they reside.
Any other, John?
Very quickly, just to say thank you so much, Karen, for applying for this position. And I'm looking forward to voting yes, because I think your background and what you've said tonight, and the enthusiastic support for you that I have heard from others makes this an easy vote for me. So I can't wait to say yes. Thanks for applying, Karen.
Thank you very much for your kind words.
Sure.
So if I may ask a follow-up question, I was involved in some of the discussions, not many, when the Juneteenth celebration was getting, close to the date. I know that there was concern voiced about having any police presence at all at the celebration. How did you feel, and was there a way for us to handle that differently?
Yeah, I think, I felt like there should be police presence. And it's because we cannot not have police presence. They assist in, or they enforce the law, right? And so for me, it was a matter of, discussions in terms of, okay, we know that we would like to have police presence to ensure that everyone is safe. And especially in these times that we live in, there are always there are instances of so many different matters, violence, all these mass shootings, whatever the case is. We wanted to keep our folks safe also, but how could we listen to everyone's concerns and make it, make people feel more comfortable? And the decision was to try to get more plainclothes police officers. Of course, like the chief of police would have to be in uniform, but I think just trying to figure out how we could sort of meet people halfway. So that was, sort of how we approached it. And I do stand by, we need the police. It's just a matter of the interactions, how we can improve upon things and just rebuild that trust.
Thank you very much for that answer. Miriam?
Thank you. Thank you for applying. I'm looking at your resume. It's just fascinating. You have a really, really interesting resume. First, I'm just curious, how old is your son?
He's 16.
He's 10?
16.
16.
Yes.
Is he at the high school? Because I just wonder if he knows my son, who's 15 and at the high school.
He is at the high school, yes.
So I bet our kids know each other. Just so I really, it's interesting to listen to you talk. I really hear the kind of HR management lens that you put on your skill set, and I really appreciate that. And I'm hoping that you could just tell me a little bit, because when I'm looking at, you did some diversity and equity hiring for the police, it sounds like, in your role for the HR division. And I just would love if you could expand just a little bit on what that meant, how, what it is when you think of that part of your responsibility, what that means to you, how you see that.
Sure, most definitely. So you're referring to when I worked for the Human Resources Division for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. At the time, I worked under civil service. I was an exam administration supervisor, and my duties entailed really administering exams, promotion, entry level and promotional exams to public safety personnel. So not just police officers, but firefighters, correction officers, and so forth. And so that entailed going to different communities and participating in many different events to try to recruit a diverse group of candidates. And that also entailed providing better access for candidates who didn't have access to a computer to apply, working with local libraries to get them to come into the library and have someone assist them to apply, publishing the exams in many different newspapers, whether it was pertaining to a Hispanic population or the Black community, Black churches. And so we did veterans organizations, did a lot of that. I was on the road a lot, working with cities and towns to do some of this recruitment. And it's so important when you have someone who is a person of color who can appeal to some of those minorities, and it made them feel more comfortable in being able to ask questions and trying to figure out how they can access even the application or waivers, whatever they needed, study guides, etc., so they can apply for these exams.
Thank you very much. It was very helpful.
Great. Thank you very much for your interest. We don't usually make a decision at the same meeting that we interview, so we'll be making a decision at an upcoming board meeting, and we will be in touch.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you,
You're welcome. Bye.
and see you at town meeting.
Yeah.
See you then.
Over and over and over again.
So moving on to our next agenda item, the Pierce School project. Slight presentation, the Pierce School.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me start off, and we have everyone,
I'm working on it.
While Devin is promoting everyone, I'm going to step out for a brief bio break.
okay.
And so, yeah, I'll be right back, and then we'll kind of resume.
Oh, I'm
Came to the
struggling.
wrong place.
Well, you know, you have really dogs are like toddlers.
Hmm.
And a sick dog is like a sick toddler. So I have not had any sleep for the last few nights.
I don't know. I don't know for the dog.
Works for toddlers too. I can attest. Colleague once invited George Bernard Shaw to watch a play of his in previews, and George Bernard Shaw fell asleep in the first act. George, I asked you to come here so you give you give me your opinion on this play. And George Bernard Shaw said, "Sleep is an opinion."
Yeah, yeah.
That sounds like
Very good.
George Bernard.
Oh, that George.
Ready?
Yes, I feel so much better. Okay.
Okay, Devin says we're ready.
Good.
Okay, so let me start off by saying, we have two items before us tonight with respect to Pierce. The first one is approval of the schematic design for the project that will be briefly presented by Jim Rogers, Lynn Stapleton, and Andrew Deschaines of Left Field, our project manager. Will Spears of Miller Dyer Spears Architects, which with Sasaki is the project's design team. And Jamie Yadoff, the Pierce School principal, who will be represented tonight, I understand, by Adele Sands of Left Field also. I gave you a couple of weeks ago a slide deck presenting the schematic design, and it has been discussed around town in great detail. It is substantially the same except for two exceptions. But if you have any questions about that slide deck, the team will be able to answer them tonight. The two exceptions are that we added a slide showing the cost of two additions that the select board may be asked to add to the project and the project budget. The first being geothermal and the second being photovoltaic panels that the town would own. Secondly, we added a slide that describes the long-term benefits of geothermal and PV panels, but it should be noted that those benefits go to the town in the form of incentives and a more efficient operation of the project over its lifetime, and they do not impact the budget that the voters will be asked to approve in 2023, at whatever point in 2023 that occurs. Secondly, we're being asked to approve the budget that must be ready for Left Field to use to put together what is actually a huge submission to the MSBA. Multiple binders of materials that both describe the project, the financing, and many other things. And I think we're starting with a consideration of a budget of $203 million, which assumes a May vote, but does not lock in a May vote. I'd like to start with a motion for that at the end of the presentation, and other select board members can add their amendments to that motion. And finally, once we were able to finalize a date for the debt exclusion vote, we will vote at a future meeting to approve putting the debt exclusion on the ballot at an election on that date. We don't know what it is right now, so which is why I want to start off with $203 million budget, so that if it does go to May, we have a budget that will cover that. Let's see. In conclusion, I want to say that Pierce is a young building, and we expected it to have a long lifespan, but it was a building that was born with defects, and those defects are really putting it in a position where its lifespan is not as long as was expected, or as long as better built buildings. And those defects can't be fixed without massive surgery, and that's what this project really is.
Very
So
interesting analogy.
Okay. So
Really took it home.
you're a doctor.
Okay. Yeah, that was an interesting. But we get the point.
Oh, hold
Okay,
on,
so-
hold on. Bernard's not done.
Well, I am done. So I think I'll turn it over to Jim Rogers.
Let me just say, this is the first time I've ever seen the first name that goes with the Pierce School.
No.
Wouldn't have been able to tell you that it was John R. Pierce.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Not Samuel Pierce, the president.
Thanks, Bernard. I'm going to,
I'm sorry, Franklin Pierce.
we're excited to present tonight. We're going to kick this off very quickly. Heather, good to see you again. We're excited to present tonight. And I'm going to kick it to Andy first to kind of start us off. We want to move quickly, as we know the board's time is important here.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Bernard, and everyone on the select board. Yeah, we're going to, with your permission, we're going to go pretty quickly through the beginning part of these slides. I know we want to get to some of the stuff at the end, so we're going to really kind of cruise through quickly. But if there are questions or if you need clarification, please slow me down. But otherwise, we're gonna go through. You can see how this is organized. Again, you've had most of these slides already, so we're going to talk a little bit about process. Then we're going to get into a design update. Then get into into costs and a conclusion after that. So let's get started. We've had opening remarks. So this is just a quick slide showing, school building committee, who's been represented. And through this committee, it's been quite a few people. Our project team between Left Field, I'm project manager for Left Field, MDS, Sasaki, and Consigli. Strong team, been working very hard to get this where it needs to be. These next few slides are just an illustration of the number of public meetings that we've been having. So again, eligibility preliminary design program phase meetings, 21 public meetings just for that phase alone. Preferred schematic report, 17 public meetings. And the schematic design phase meetings, which we're in right now. So there've been more than 22 now because we've had several since we created this list. This next one is just a reminder that even though we've had that number of public meetings, anything that we've presented has ended up in a public forum as well. So we've been making sure that things have been online. So if somebody couldn't make a public meeting, they could still get the information in a public forum. Just a quick overview. The key takeaway on this slide is that right now there are 725 students in K through 8 currently, and the pre-K through 8 proposed is 800 students.
So I want to make sure that everybody knows that these really are Jamie's words. I'm just reading her words that she's written to express what she needs to for this meeting. So Teaching at Pierce School is made much more challenging by the inadequate facilities. In Unit A, which is home to 18 classrooms and our library, teachers have to work to limit distractions for other classrooms and are constantly monitoring both their own and student volumes. This makes offering opportunities for student collaboration especially challenging. During MCAS, students in 3 grade levels must all work at near silent volume for the duration of the days that other grades are testing. In Unit C, teachers have to deal with the echoes created by 5 stacked classrooms with no doors. Our teachers who work in the historic building are isolated from most of their colleagues, and our staff in the Sperber Educational Center, also known as SEC, are similarly isolated, while also navigating teaching in spaces without walls. Pierce teachers all must make do with fewer teaching minutes than their Brookline counterparts, because we need to allow so much more transition time than other schools as students travel both between buildings and back and forth across a bridge. This amounts to as many as 18 days of instruction lost each year just to transition. And finally, our staff lack the physical classroom adjacencies that allow for routine and efficient communication with each other. Next slide. Learning at Pierce School is also challenging. Students struggle with maintaining focus and attention in classrooms that have near constant auditory and visual distraction. This is especially challenging for our students who have anxiety or struggle with self-regulation. Our students with hearing issues or who have mobility challenges find our buildings simply cannot meet their needs. These families will often be steered towards another PSB school at registration. We have had families request transfers to buffer zone schools due to their child's difficulty learning in an open space environment. This is the antithesis of what it means to be a community school, as we can't even serve members of our own community. Because bathrooms are few in number in parts of the building, students often miss class time waiting in line for the restroom. Built to be a 3-section school, Pierce now houses 150 students more than it was designed for. This means student lunches start at 10:10 a.m. and end at 12:50 p.m. It means we have PE classes in our auditorium. We have music and science classrooms that are significantly undersized. We have students receiving small group instruction in repurposed closets. We have classrooms that are shared by 2 teachers, each teaching different grade levels simultaneously. Our building simply does not serve the learning needs of our students. Next slide. Despite efforts to make our building more accessible over the years, there is no way to bring the existing structure into compliance. Bathrooms and doorways are too small to accommodate wheelchairs, and in some cases, too tight to navigate with crutches. The SEC is entirely disconnected from the rest of the campus and can only be reached by navigating both the garage and several sidewalks on busy streets. The historic building has no elevator. The elevator in the main building is so small that a wheelchair cannot turn around in it. The lift in the historical building was designed to move boxes up and down levels, not people. We've had to ask middle school students on crutches to scoot up and down the stairs, and elementary parents to carry their injured children up and down the stairs multiple times each day. We have a student who was in a serious accident this summer, and we're deeply concerned about how they will safely navigate our school upon release from the hospital. We've had substitute teachers show up and be unable to remain here because the building is not accessible. And we've had parents unable to visit their child's classroom because there's no way to get a wheelchair into the space. Brookline is a town that has publicly stated its commitment to equity and inclusion, and the current building prevents both from being a reality. Next slide. Most of Pierce School represents significant challenges in terms of security. There are no walls or doors to lock in Unit A, the SEC, and Unit C. In addition to the lack of classroom doors, the SEC is on a public, busy corner, distant from the main office. In the event of a significant security issue, our campus is impossible to fully secure as presently designed. While the police have been fantastic partners in helping teachers think about their best options in the event of a serious security breach, the Pierce community is uniquely disadvantaged in this regard, which is concerning for parents, students, and staff. In addition, our middle school students must transition outside on public streets without adults up to 7 times each day, navigating long stretches of sidewalk and staircases.
Thanks, Adele / Jamie. I think Matt Gillis has normally spoken to these, but I can hit him real quick. So again,
Matt may be on, Andy. I'm not sure.
Is he on?
He was trying to get
The
on.
participant and the attendees,
Okay.
but I think we should just go ahead.
Yeah, keep going.
We can just go through. So some of the existing conditions, just a few slides here, some of the things that have had to happen over the years. Because it's a concrete building, it's very difficult to feed new wires and things through that through the building. So it makes it a little difficult. It's non-conforming and hazardous. Again, maintenance, repairs, and changes, all concrete building. It's an expensive building to work on, even for small things like fixing toilet rooms and making them larger. It's very prohibitively costly to make some of those changes in a concrete building. So now we're going to go through process, and a lot of this is history. So I am going to go sort of quickly. So we've been through a feasibility study and schematic design process. You can see where we are. We've gotten all the way through. We're into, let's say, schematic design process right now in module 4. We're getting right at the very end of that. Just some of the work that was done in previous studies. So this is in the preliminary design program. We went through several options. Code upgrade only, so just doing an upgrade to the existing building, a renovation of the existing building only. A couple of options that had different versions of additions and renovations that got played out, and we'll look at some cost in this in a moment as well. And option 3, a new building on the existing site, and then option 4 was a new building on the existing park across the street. And a little bit more about that in the next slide. So we really did take a close look at that, but there are a few reasons why it didn't really work. It's a smaller, more constrained site, so we need a taller building required to fit the whole program. It really sort of towered over the adjacent residences, which was not a good match. Taking this land would require a land swap through Article 97, which is difficult and not guaranteed to go. There are some long-standing sort of just permanent design challenges with this, including not adequate access for drop-off and pickup to the school. So there was looked at pretty carefully and not very great options in terms of how that might work out. From there, we moved on to the preferred schematic design phase. Again, took some of the renovation options, looked at those very carefully, different versions of what that might be. Option 3BH was a new building connected to the historic building. Option 3B was just new independent building and keeping the historic 19th century school separate. These options were all put into a matrix, given criteria that came from the town in terms of how to score these. So first part of this was pedagogy and program. Second one was town and neighborhood impacts. And third was architectural impacts. So when you score these all out and get to the bottom line, option 3BH, which was the new building with a connection to the historic building, was the one that was chosen. Again, costs were tracked through this whole thing. When you look at these numbers, you can see that they're all the bottom 2 or 4 are all pretty close in terms of where they sit in range. The code upgrade only was also prohibitively expensive. I mean, basically 137.7 for the same footprint, the same building, the same size. It didn't meet the program needs for a new school, and with a great cost. So the other ones came down to 210, 215, 220, and 219, or almost 220. So the bottom line was that the grading that happened in the previous slides was really the important part. The cost was really not the main driver in what got picked. A little bit about schedules for where we are right now from the feasibility study. We're now at the very end of schematic design. After this, we'd have a submission to the MSBA. They've got a board approval that would be coming up after that, and then we'd have a town vote. We'd be looking at a town vote in May of 2023. Bigger picture schedule. Again, we are here in September, getting near the end of schematic design. We're looking at a 17 months of design, early package for the demolition and abatement of the project, and then finishing this project up early in 2027. And we're going to transition and do a little bit of a design update for you, so you can see, for people that haven't seen this recently, you can see what some of the new building looks like.
I'll take it from here, Andrew. My name is Will Spears. I'm a principal at MDS Architects, and I apologize that the laptop I took with me today, I just realized this evening that the camera's on the fritz. So I'm not able to turn on my camera. So the challenge has really been to fit this building onto this important urban site. And foremost in our minds when we design a school is meeting the educational program of the school. And we were able to do this in 3 stories above a garage, which was, I think, an important thing to do to keep the scale of the building down, and meld this into a site which rises 26 feet from the corner of Harvard Street and School Street, which is on the top of this image, to the play area and the historic building, which is on the bottom of that image. Next slide. So as you have now, the entire site is underlaid by a level of garage that's shared between the school and town hall, and part of it is shared by the library. An important part of the urban design goal was to get life down at the sidewalk level. So at the corner of Harvard and School Street, which is at the bottom left, we located the multipurpose room, which is also going to serve the larger community. Next slide. Going up 1 level, this is the main ground floor, the main public spaces, which really open up out towards School Street. So these are the spaces that are shared, the 2 gymnasiums, the 2 music rooms, the 2 art rooms, and the dining commons, facing towards School Street, which is more or less at the same elevation. This level is at the same elevation of School Street as you get to the right end of the building. 1 level up, this is the level at the drop-off loop in the mid-block. And it contains 1 of 3 of what we call grade bands. The program is organized around these groups of classrooms. On this floor, it's pre-K, K 1 and 2. And each grade band has its own integrated special education classrooms and administrative spaces and teacher spaces. And they function as a unit. At the core of the building at the school is the media commons, which rises 2 stories and connects the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. Next slide, please. And this is a 3rd floor. Again, there's a grade band for classes for grades 3, 4, 5 on the left, and a grade band for classes 6, 7, 8 on the right. Again, in the middle is the nexus of the main stair and the media commons below. Next slide, please. So quickly, some images on the topic of the importance of fitting into the urban context. It was important to create a green space through connection from School Street and the play area up through to the mid-block drop-off loop. The public library is to the right here, and the historic Pierce School is visible in the distance behind the playground. Next slide. Here you see the building in its entirety along School Street. The goal has been to animate the street edge with a major new plaza, which will also serve as a secondary entrance to the school with windows into activity spaces on the first floor. Brick and slate shingles, which are cost-effective and durable, are used to relate to the neighborhood and to the historic building. This is a close-up view of the new plaza along School Street, looking at the heart of the school, with dining room on the first floor and the media commons, its two-story volume on the second and third floor. This is a close-up view of the corner along School Street at Harvard Street intersection. And you can see how we modulated the volumes and stepped back the building to integrate it better into its urban environments. This is an elevation along Harvard Street. And we, again, the play of solids and voids and play of materials break down the scale of the building. You can see bottom left, the new entrance to the school portion of the parking garage. This is a view at the main drop-off loop, framed by the historic building on the left. And then the entrance is set back and you're greeted by a new entrance plaza where parents can mingle before and after drop-off. A little closer up, you can see the bridge that connects the new building to the historic building. Under that bridge is the playground for grades K and 1, and beyond that is that green space mentioned earlier. Looking to the right, this is a courtyard framed by the new building and the neighboring building. So a sunken courtyard, and all of these spaces that we're designing are fully handicap accessible. A view of the same courtyard looking back towards the entrance, you can see we've recreated a amphitheater to replace the one that is there now that's well used. And this space will also be used for outdoor learning and for the garden boxes. And that concludes the tour of the building.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks, Will. We're gonna go from design into cost right now. So back in June, so we're very early in the process. So as Andy mentioned, you know, in the process, we're at a very early design stage. We're just completing schematic design, and it actually finished up in June. And this was our first time really understanding where we were from a cost perspective based on, you know, actual documented scope on the drawings. So when we priced up the schematic design drawings, we went out to 3 different estimators. One was PM&C through us, the OPM. There was a second estimator, Am Fogarty, that estimated this job through as a consultant to the architect through MDS. And then we hired Consigli early on in the process to be in a position to actually help us through logistics and pricing. And they priced up the same set of drawings. And as you'll see, if you look at the second yellow row, the costs were very complementary, very close. Was 184 million, 190 million, and right in the middle was Consigli at 188. We decided to use the Consigli numbers as our basis, since they were responsible, will be ultimately responsible, hopefully, for building the building. So we used their numbers, and then the 188 of construction costs was then grossed up for soft costs at 25% plus some additional at that point project management costs and relocation costs, to come to a total project cost of, at the time back in June, 247 million. When we arrived at that number, we realized it was too big a lift from a cost perspective. We needed to look at doing some value engineering. So we took on that task, and thank you, Andy. And as we approached value engineering, we didn't want to just kind of haphazardly go through and start reducing scope from the project. We wanted to make sure we met some criteria, and that criteria was we did not want to impact the educational plan of the school. That was very important. A lot of time had been spent with Jamie and her staff on the behalf of MDS and the rest of the team to make sure that the educational plan worked for the school. We did not want to compromise the fossil-free status of the school and the sustainability of the school. So based on the VE that was done, the fossil-free status remained. And then finally, we didn't want to impact the performance or durability of the building. So those criteria are very important to us, and that's how we approached the VE as we tried to reduce the cost down from the 247. So here is a list of construction value engineering that totaled 24 million. As you can see, it's a whole list of different items that the team took on. And again, I'll repeat, these items we're confident did not impact the criteria we set out for ourselves in terms of program, fossil-free, or performance and durability. Next slide. So starting at the top was our 247, the number we were at when we first did our initial estimate at this early schematic design phase. You saw a list of, very quickly, of items that totaled 24.4 million. As we went through that list, we did realize that some of those items, you know, probably would not be to the benefit of the school from a efficiency perspective, from a mechanical efficiency perspective. So we added some items back in, which included triple glazing, I know, for one of them. We no longer needed to fund the feasibility study budget because that was its own separate funding. We did some soft cost reductions of 6.2 million. And then finally, we took the relocation and moving down from 10 million to 1.5 million. And we removed the geothermal from the scope to make it an add alternate. And what that means is we would, to be able to include geothermal in the base project, we would need to have 7.3 million of bid savings on bid day. And if we were able to achieve those savings, we could then move geothermal into the project. So we don't think that's very likely, but we needed to do it anyway to get to the 199. But I will say, with or without geothermal, we were still fossil free, which was the criteria that we were to manage by. So with all these changes, we're able to go from 247.3 down to 199.6. What makes up that 199.6? There's 7.5 million of administrative costs, 18.2 of design, 300 of pre-construction. Those are the costs that we're utilizing, that we will utilize when when the project gets approved. There's 157 million of construction costs, 3 million of miscellaneous costs, which includes the relocation and some of the town of Brookline project management costs. There's $1.85 million of furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and $1.5 million of technology. When we add up all of that together, it comes out to 190.2. If we go to the second column, we take that 190.2 and we include both construction contingency and soft cost contingency for a total of 9.4 million. When we add that together, we get a full project cost. There's the 199.6. And based on our calculations, that 199.6 would yield an MSBA funding of 44.8. And therefore, the cost of the town of this project would be 154.8. So that 199.6 is where we were based on a January or February election, thereabouts. We are, as you may have heard, we're submitting our schematic design package to the MSBA on October 27th. We need to certify the cost to them 2 weeks before that, or October 13th, but on October 27th, we submit a full SD package. And then on 12/21, 2 months later, the MSBA board votes on that. So on 12/21, hopefully we would have therefore approved project ready to go to vote. Our assumptions when we did this back in these again costs back in June, that the vote would happen in the January timeframe. Now that there's some mindset that a May vote may work better for a whole host of reasons within the town, we've done some calculations which included escalating construction costs at 6% a year for that first year, and taking that, dividing it by the 4 months between January and May, and that's where the $3.5 million number came from. So that escalates the 199.6, which was based on a January vote, to a May vote. And then again, there have been discussions as of very recently over the past week that we've tried to get our arms around, and that includes potentially adding back in the geothermal system at 6.7 million, and even adding a photovoltaic system back in. Right now, we had it in as a PPA or purchase power agreement. If we're to take it on ourselves, that would add another 2.6 million. And this was all on a goal, not only to be fossil free, but to, you know, to try to be all electric, to try to get as close to net zero as possible. I believe this gets us down, and my team will correct me, but somewhere between a 7 and a 9 EUI. It's not quite a 0. We can get to 0 with some other initiatives that we want to talk about as a team, but this gets us very close to a net zero building. And what it does though is it raises our 199.6 up to a 212.6. So you know, it'll be the will of the board at how they want to, you know, approve these costs or not. But we wanted to make sure that you had the full picture here anyway tonight to be able to take that on. Next slide, Andy.
This one's for again, Adele speaking for Jamie.
This is Jamie. When I started teaching in Brookline, the principal told me Pierce was next in line for renovation to address our community needs. That was in 2005, 17 years ago. Since then, Runkle, FRR, BHS, and Driscoll have all been renovated or rebuilt. Meanwhile, Pierce has been asked to use the public library and the Brookline Teen Center for music classes. The town has rented space in the 3rd floor of an adjacent building for middle school students, has moved school department offices to create improvised classrooms in the SEC, and has literally carved classrooms in half to create more space. Teachers and students have long made do with the substandard conditions in the belief that Pierce would someday soon be renovated. And as other schools have been redesigned to maximize time on learning and ensure that students are safe, Pierce continues to make do with a design that was long ago proven ineffective for learning. Brookline students, teachers, and families deserve a building that serves the educational needs of the community. We are incredibly grateful for the support of 2 Pierce parents, Andy Liu, member of the Pierce School Building Committee, and Mariah Nobrega, school committee member, for their efforts on behalf of our students. Similarly, this project has benefited greatly from the extensive experience of school committee member Helen Charlewski and select board member Bernard Green, both of whom have been committed advocates for our community. Thank you all for your support in ensuring that Pierce can have the facilities that our children need and deserve.
Thank you. I guess next are questions and answers.
Miriam.
Great.
Right.
So
You wanna
thank
bring
you
that down
very
in?
much. First, I'm just going to open by saying I fully support this. As somebody who's hard of hearing, I have been in that school for a meeting and it was absolutely atrocious, just atrocious. I can't imagine being a student with hearing disability trying to learn in that environment. And then I want to say that I'm working with Littlefield on the Driscoll project and they're fabulous. So shout out to Littlefield. And the third, I have an actual question. Left field. Sorry, left field. Tell you, it's been a really long few days. Left field. Sorry, Jim.
No.
I do have an actual question, and maybe not for you, but we have quite a few warrant articles coming up about building and efficiencies and sustainability. And I just wonder if any of those, if those pass, how would those impact the bottom line for this building?
Well, the quick, easy answer is a lot of those are home rule petitions. So they would have to then go to the State House and the State House would have to adopt it. And the likelihood of that happening before this project gets built is
low. Okay.
Is low.
I like that quick, easy.
Okay, but I'm glad that you brought up sustainability because Jesse Gray, I promised him 5 minutes to do like a presentation on that. and we will get to that. I just wanted to pause for some board questions. John?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I just want to ask, because I could spend a long time asking questions and I don't want to overspend my time. How much time do you think would be reasonable to ask a few questions?
Up to 5 minutes.
Up to 5 minutes. That sounds good. So, as Miriam stated, right at the beginning of her comment, her position, I'll state my position, and it requires a little bit of an explanation. I don't know how many people are aware, but to put a debt exclusion question on the ballot, which ultimately the select board is going to have to vote to do, but that's not what we're doing tonight. But ultimately, we are going to have to vote whether to put a debt exclusion question on the ballot. And that requires 4 out of 5 members to say yes. And as a person who does not recommend this project to voters, and I'll explain why in a minute, I have to consider very seriously the implications of whether I, on the other hand, feel as though perhaps it's up to voters at the end of the day. And I've given a lot of thought to that question. And the problem with my sort of taking that as my cue to simply say, well, all I'm doing really is saying it's up to voters. The problem with that is I think people will hear me say yes, and then they'll hear me say yes again, and then they'll hear me say yes again. And they're going to think, he must think this is a good idea. I mean, every time there's a vote, whether to send it to the next vote and then the next vote, and then put it on the ballot, he says yes. But that's not how I feel about this project. And I have, for those who, I put out a newsletter. I call it a occasionally weekly newsletter. And I've written about the Pierce project, and those who've read what I've written, they're very well acquainted with the fact that I have a lot of issues with how this project has evolved over time. I have no issues. Let me make that absolutely clear here and now. I have no issues with the way this has been handled by members of the school committee, by members of the Pierce Building Committee, by my colleague on the select board, Bernard Green, by Helen Charlupsky in particular from the school committee. These are the most dedicated people you could ever hope to find. And I think the expertise that they have gotten from left field, for the most part, has been as good as you could ask for. And that, to a person, every single one of them has done everything that was asked of them. So that's not where my issue is. My issue is that these projects, and this is one of many projects, several projects that we've done in the past decade or so in Brookline. And they do have a way of taking on sort of a life of their own and taking on a momentum of their own. And sometimes what that means is circumstances have changed, but the view of the project hasn't changed. And in the case of the Pierce School, I think the major change that happened kind of mid-course of the start to where we are today, mid-course, is that what was propelled forward by a crisis of overcrowding in the Brookline schools then became a request to the state to substantially support a very ambitious building project, which would enable the Pierce district to educate upwards of 900 kids, just as happened with the Ridley district. And so that meant a 5-section school, and that meant going to the state, and that meant getting, well down the road on this process. But the enrollment numbers changed, and other circumstances changed. I'll mention just one. A building came on the market for lease, maybe for purchase, but for sure it was on the market for lease. There was a very appealing school building that belonged to the Maimonides School. It was their elementary building, and it had space in it for 250 kids. Think about that. And it was, you know, I won't say within a stone's throw, but it was pretty darn close to where Pierce is. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. If it was either in the Pierce district or right on the edge of the Pierce district.
1 minute.
It provided the opportunity for there to be relief granted to the existing population in the Pierce School that I think would have solved so many of the problems that we heard described tonight. The problems of overcrowding, of inappropriate division, cutting up of spaces, the problem of competing with too many other kids talking at once, you know, and creating noise, and on and on and on. But we didn't take advantage of those. And we didn't take advantage of other opportunities that we had to find relief for all of the issues that you've heard described tonight in the Pierce School. And the end result is we're now being asked to, I'm just going to enumerate this for everybody, take on what has been described fairly as the most complicated building project that Brookline has ever undertaken, possibly the most expensive on a per square footage basis, 4 years of disruption of the education of kids in the Pierce community. And guess what? We're not getting the additional space that we set out to get. And furthermore, guess what? We're actually going to lose the pedestrian bridge over School Street. And we thought it was going to be like a school with all the bells and whistles. And then within the past week, it's been described, because of all the value engineering, as just kind of a plain vanilla school. So I do think we need to think hard about these issues. And I'm just going to put 2 questions and then I'll be done with my 5 minutes. First question is, could we get a number for what it will cost if we do just the Pierce primary part of the project? And I will remind people that although you heard it said tonight that accurately that there is a very inadequate elevator in the Pierce primary, that's a solvable problem. And it will absolutely be solved in the Pierce primary if this goes forward. Pierce primary is the historic Pierce building. It is not an open classroom building, and people seem to leave it out of their discussions of the Pierce all the time. So what would the cost be of doing the complete gut rehab of the Pierce, that part of the project only? And then the second question is, has Brookline been offered an opportunity to purchase Maimonides? I know that we have terminated our lease with Maimonides, but have we been offered an opportunity to purchase it? And putting that question aside, what is our plan for use of the Maimonides spaces in the remaining 2 years of the lease? So that's 3 questions and I'm done.
I'm not even really sure how to answer those questions.
Or who can answer?
I'll take.
They weren't for you.
Well, but I will take a stab at answering as much as I think I can. And Jim or Bernard
Yep.
can feel free to correct
you.
me
Yep.
if I
Thank
am
you, Heather.
wrong.
Yep.
If we were to only focus on the historic building and not touch the 1960s-ish style building, we would be exacerbating a different educational experience for our students. So you can't do one without addressing the other. We have to address, so you have to do both buildings. So he's given you a number about what a code update would be, which is, I think, $130 million, give or take, with some, with some escalation involved. To answer your question about Maimonides, I understand that a number was floated that it might be $10 million to acquire Maimonides. Maybe I'm completely out of that realm, but I seem to remember that from a few months ago. And so we would acquire that, which would require a similar situation to Newberry, which by the way, we haven't gotten around to doing anything. So if I were a voter in Brookline, and I am, I would be a little reluctant to vote for something like that, considering that we just bought a parcel that we still haven't decided what to do with. That's aside, we would have to renovate that space. They were leasing it to us because they really couldn't keep up with the ownership of that building. And from what I remember, when the school committee acquired Maimonides for the lease, Pierce parents were outraged at being required to go so far away. And I think I just heard you say that this breaks up, you know, the physical space. That would break it up even more. So now you have to acquire the space, which is $10 million. Then you got to renovate it. It's already $140 million to do the code upgrade. You're pretty much at the same price tag as a brand new school.
Yeah.
Bernard and then Miriam.
Let me add a couple things. First of all, let me just say Maimonides is a beautiful school. I just want to put that on the record. But you know, we still have this building, which I call a building with a birth defect. And that birth defect is that it is a concrete shell that's very difficult, if not impossible, to do anything with, except maybe use as an indoor soccer field. And you know, that is what we're stuck with. So any proposal that you're suggesting, you know, has to deal with the fact that we're stuck with this concrete building that we have to do something with. And there's nothing we can do other than just tear it down and have to then build another building to replace it. So, I mean, I think there are other people who can discuss the reasons why the school committee made certain decisions with respect to Maimonides and other things. That's over my pay grade, but there are other people here who could address that if that's important.
Miriam.
I'm going to keep it short. First, I'm going to let you know Helen had her hand up. She took it down, so I don't know if she still wants to speak. But the second is, I just have to point out that, John, the reason the value engineering discussion happened was because, frankly, you put up a big stink about the price tag. So then to listen to you sit here and say, well, now we have a vanilla building, it's one or the other. First of all, I don't think that's a vanilla building. I think it's a beautiful looking building. I would be happy to send my child to that building. I don't think it's vanilla. Most importantly, it's ADA compliant. But I don't think you can complain about the price tag and then complain that things were taken out to lower the price tag. You got to choose. Mike.
So let me just say about vanilla that personally, that's my favorite flavor. I think if you go through that building, and I went through that building in 2019 and take a look at it, you can see that building really, it should have been torn down the year after it was built. The design is significantly flawed from, it was a really interesting idea. It was a rather expensive experiment. It hasn't worked. And there's almost nothing you can do about that to really fully respond to the concerns about making it equitable for kids who have hearing problems or who are are handicapped in their mobility in some way. It's really rescuing that is a mistake. It's honestly, it's throwing good money after bad.
John.
Yeah, and I wouldn't take more time, but some things are being said about my position, which are just not true, frankly. And some things are being said about the school that are not true, which I think is actually more to the point here. It's very cavalier to say that building should have been destroyed the year it was built. Come on. We can't do that. And I'm saying, I also don't think we can destroy buildings that are only 49 years old on the basis of anecdotal testimony that people have not always had the greatest experience in the school. And there is a lot more than anecdotal testimony to rely on. There are surveys that are done on an annual basis of satisfaction with the schools in Brookline. Pierce does very well in those surveys. There is performance measurement, which year after year for 49 years has been measuring the performance of Pierce School students. They do very well. This may be a failed building in terms of a pedagogical concept that is no longer popular and wasn't popular for very long after Pierce was built. But it doesn't mean that the school itself is a failure. The teachers have made it work, good for them. The kids have made it work, good for them. I don't think what we have experienced with Pierce in terms of the life of the school to this day, the 49 years, says the only thing to do with that school is destroy it. You may not believe this, but there's people who actually like that school. There's people who move their kids into the district so they can attend that school. This is a complicated picture. It's not one that we should address with cavalier statements about we should have destroyed it the year it was built, or it doesn't work for anybody. Neither of those is true. And if we allow those statements to stand, we're going to walk ourselves right down the road towards having to spend $155 million for a demolition of a school that we have never in the history of Brookline schools demolished a school 49 years after it was built. And this would be a first. I don't want to be, I don't want to be voting yes on that particular first.
So I'll just pick up on one thing that you said, made it work. The Pierce community has made it work despite, in spite of that building. And I guess I will just leave it there. Bernard, does Helen still want to say something? I guess Helen just let Devin know and she'll get my attention.
Yeah.
Bernard?
I have a daughter who lives in New York and she loves the chaos, the noise, the confusion of that town, as I would if I lived there. But not everyone really can handle it. And I've met a number of kids who are really very, very bright, very, really extraordinary students at Pierce who love the noise, who absolutely love it. But if my son had gone to Pierce, it would have been a disaster for him because of sensory issues he has and his inability to operate in that type of a situation. So I think that, yes, a lot of people do benefit from, a lot of students do benefit from Pierce. And kids are very resilient. I mean, I went to school in a converted barracks in 3rd grade, and we survived. But there are a lot of students who can't survive that type of a situation, and those really are the ones that we have to keep in mind. Not only the ones who are there and are suffering, but also the ones who have gone to other schools because Pierce won't work for them, and their parents know that. So, I mean, the fact that a lot of people really appreciate and like the Pierce School, I concede that, but that's just half the issue.
I think Helen wanted to speak.
She said in the chat that we have answered all of John's questions very well. She won't take any more time.
Okay. Mike, did you want to say something?
I
'Cause
just,
we do need to get to Jesse Gray.
Right, no, I appreciate that. I'm sorry you didn't like the hyperbole of, that's, it's a rhetorical device. I do think that, I want to say, I think two of you already said, and I'll say it as well, and perhaps all three of you said, the reason that school gets high ratings and the students perform well is because of the community that's there. And they do that in spite of the disadvantages of the school. And all I can say is I'm really looking forward to having a new school there that is properly designed, and that community will soar.
Okay, so let's turn our attention to Jesse Gray, who I agreed to give 5 minutes, I think primarily on the sustainability aspect.
Thank you, Heather. And may I share my screen?
Yes.
All right, let me know if you can see that. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Okay, great. So I want to talk today about why we should make the Pierce project a net zero energy. Number one, it'll save the town money, a lot of money. Number two, this is the time to do it. There's aspects of it that can't be done later at all. And number three, it's what we need to do to meet the emissions goals that we've already agreed on at town meeting. So in sum, it's to reduce cost and carbon emissions. So I want to say what net zero energy is. It's quite straightforward. It's when the energy consumption of a building is lower than or equal to the energy production, and that's averaged out over a year. It doesn't mean a building's not connected to the grid. And it's good because purchased energy is more costly and more volatile than energy we produce ourselves. So that's one way it saves us money. And I think this is the minimum standard for future projects in the town, in part because it saves so much money for the town. Why is it the right standard from an emissions standpoint? Anything less than net zero energy adds to our emissions instead of subtracting from them. And we need to subtract from our emissions, and it can be really challenging to do that in our existing buildings. So we need to hold our newest buildings to a very high standard. And that standard should be that they shouldn't add to our emissions. How do we get to this goal on the Pierce project? There's a two-part plan that I want to suggest today to get us there. The first is that we add the ground source heat pumps back into the project today. And the reason to do that is that my understanding is that part is subsidized by the MSBA, and therefore we need to do it soon because we need to provide a number to the MSBA. Secondly, that doesn't quite get us to net zero. We need to also do more. And so what I'm proposing is that an investment package that would add enough solar off of the Pierce site, but still on municipal property in Brookline, that would get the overall project to net zero, and also fund the solar and batteries for Pierce to save the town money. Because you maximize your savings by owning the solar and the batteries yourselves. And this is in part due to new federal law passed as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. So why is this essential to do now? We learned that about a year ago, when we removed ground source heat pumps from Driscoll only to add it back, that was a costly mistake. It cost us a lot of extra money because we reversed ourselves and waited so long to make the decision. So we didn't fully reap the benefits of it, but even still, that project will more than pay for itself by reducing operational and maintenance costs. And the economic case for ground source heat pumps is wildly stronger now. So it would not really even be an exaggeration to say that ground source heat pumps at this point in time are a money printing machine in this context. Electricity prices have gone up, and there's enormous new capital cost assistance. And such that the net capital cost, which is different than what may need to be bonded, but it's the net capital cost of ground source heat pumps at Pierce, appears to be less than the base without the ground source heat pumps. So the project team estimates a $6.8 million cost over the base, but that's a gross capital cost. And even if you take that as the capital cost after the project team's mass save incentives that would be unlocked, you have a ROI of 89% on that decision. But once you take into account a 30% tax credit, a brand new tax credit from the Inflation Reduction Act, the net capital cost is $1.6 million less than the base option. And I want to just point out that this ROI was calculated with old electricity prices that have since gone up. So the net capital cost is actually lower. And so that's part one, ground source heat pumps. We need to add them back. It's the smart decision for the town. The second piece is the net zero investment package. This portion would not be subsidized by the MSBA, and therefore we have a little bit more time to work out the details on it. It would fully fund the solar and batteries at Pierce, which would save the town a lot of money, and it would install solar and potentially batteries elsewhere on municipal property, so that the Pierce project as a whole would be net zero. So this first bullet point here would affect the Pierce project itself, because batteries would be added to the school, which is not currently in the plan. The solar is in the plan, but it's not budgeted for. So we would be budgeting for that with this investment package. And then it also includes a part that is outside the scope of the Pierce project, because the Pierce project is focused on the Pierce school, and we could put these extra solar panels anywhere on municipal property where it makes the most sense for the town. So in summary, if we make this project net zero, we will save the town a lot of money, and it will enable us to move in the right direction towards meeting our emissions goals. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, especially for abiding by the time allotted. Any questions for Jesse on this? Mike and then John.
So one thing is, with regard to the cost, my understanding is that there's a potential, at least, for receiving what is effectively for taxpaying institutions a 30% tax credit on the entire cost of the HVAC system. And assuming that there is within the law, the federal law, a mechanism for actually getting that money into the hands of a municipal government, and we're looking at $6.7 million is what the delta was here for geothermal. We're looking at the total cost of somewhere in the vicinity of $27 million times 30% is over $8 million in a reimbursement form of some sort. Again, if we can confirm that that's actually feasible. So I do want to mention that. I think that's really that cost actually exceeds the delta. So that's certainly worth tracking down. And if there's some way that needs to be done through a for-profit organization with a pass-through to us, I don't know what the mechanisms could be, but there's probably some mechanism of that sort. The other thing is, I think maybe the first step in considering what Jesse is asking for, apart from delving further into that, is to ask Charlie Simmons to give us a sense of where additional solar could be put on the roof of a Brookline building. And there are a number of considerations. How old is the roof, for example, and is it adequate size and adequate condition and so forth? And Charlie is certainly the best person to do that.
Okay, John and then Bernard.
Hey, thank you, Jesse, and thanks to Heather for a little bit more time here. And now I want to, I hope not confuse people by what I say next, but I'm actually a big supporter of the additions to the project that Jesse has just gone through. And so, just keep this in mind. I don't think that the school should be built. If it's going to be, I don't think the existing school should be demolished and replaced with a brand new school that's going to cost $155 million. But if we go down that road, I do think we should be adding the net zero geothermal features. I had a question for Jesse, and Jesse, I hope this doesn't catch you off guard. Would it be feasible to, keeping in mind that the geothermal part of this envisions under the Pierce playground, and then sort of with a conduit to the Pierce building, would it be feasible to do that with the existing School Street Pierce building? Boy, I'll get these straight in a minute, but the existing School Street Pierce building.
And Jesse, if you don't know the immediate answer, maybe we can turn to the project team.
Yeah, I think that I will do exactly that.
Okay, project team, does anybody know the answer to that question? Jim, you'll have to unmute. I think Jim's trying to.
Sorry, yeah, Heather, sorry. Could we have that asked one more time? The question, I wasn't quite sure of the essence of the question.
Sure.
Whether we can put the wells under the school.
No, that wasn't the question. No, if you don't mind, Bernard, I'll repeat the question to Jim. And thank you, Jim, if you could just do your best with this question.
Sure.
We've heard about the so-called add-on that we're talking about here of geothermal under the Pierce Playground through a conduit under School Street to the brand new building. Could the same thing be done for the existing Pierce building?
Sure.
You mean create a well field that's under the park, but we keep the school in place and convert it to geothermal? Is that
Yes.
the question?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know how the current systems, and again, I'm not an engineer, but I don't know how the current systems could be adapted to assume geothermal. All I could tell you is we could do the field, we could connect it to the existing building. I cannot tell you whether the existing building with its current systems could assume then a geothermal system.
I see Matt Gillis with his hand raised. Maybe he is
Matt.
familiar with the current.
Yeah,
setup.
we have Consigli Construction here, and there was an issue with buildability, so I'd pass my time to Scott Wooden.
Yeah, thank you. A large part of the work that's included in the cost for putting the geothermal under the park is modifications to the mechanical systems. Both the HVAC system and the electrical system need to be customized to, I don't know all the specifics of it, but it's an extraordinarily different system when you have geothermal than when you don't have geothermal. So I would anticipate it may be ultimately feasible to do what you're proposing, but the cost would be extraordinary. I would guess it would be 2 or 3 times higher than what the infrastructure cost would be for new construction. I think the cost for our electrical and HVAC upgrades is something like $1 million of that 6.6 million. It would be $2 or $3 million, really back of the napkin kind of cost, but it would be significant that you'd have to dramatically change the HVAC system and the electrical system in the existing building to accommodate it. Whether it's feasible or not, I think it would ultimately be feasible, but it'd be very, very costly to do that.
And let me add, Scott, in a concrete building.
Right. Yeah, I retract the speculation on the cost, because it's really something that is really significant changes to the infrastructure. There's a lot of underground work that needs to be done. The HVAC room may need to be upsized. There'd be additional equipment on the roof, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Conclude with just a couple of points. Thank you for that answer. I want to point out a couple of things. Tommy Vitolo, our state rep, no one more enthusiastic than Tommy to do whatever he can to get state assistance if it's available for us to do this kind of a project. And also to get the necessary permissions if it requires some sort of action at the state level to get the permissions to do the work under Pierce Playground. I also want to just add something to inform everybody who's maybe not aware of this. And I'm not the expert, but I have been told this by people who know a bit about it, that the Pierce School was built to be air conditioned and with an air conditioning system and a unit that, spread air conditioning through the building. And for whatever reasons, a few years into the life of the school, that system was basically decommissioned. I think there's a lot we don't know about the existing ductwork and the particular costs of adding ground source geothermal to the existing Pierce building. I'm actually encouraged by the numbers I heard. I think one way for people to think about this is kind of the tail and the dog. The cost of this $155 million project is making it almost prohibitive to add the 7 or 8 million that the geothermal would add. And that a lot of people are going to sort of balk at that. But if we took away the 155 million and allowed this to become a question of what would it take to increase the 7 or 8 million to 10 or 12 million to convert the current building, that's a heck of a savings as far as I'm concerned, over the cost of 155 plus 7 or 8. So I think there's two ways of looking at this.
If the number one issue was the kids being too hot to perform, but nobody's making that the main argument. Any other questions or comments?
I just have a question.
Bernard?
So I guess this is to Jesse. You mentioned, and I apologize if I missed some of your statement, but you mentioned subsidies, and I think it was mentioned tax benefits, which of course we're not a taxable entity. So
No, I understand.
I know, and I'm not sure that, I think the IRS specifically prohibits that type of scheme, but it's worth looking into.
Oh, it doesn't.
But
you can do that through leasing. There are other mechanisms for doing it.
yeah, that works. But
yeah,
my question is, would these subsidies impact the actual cost of the budget, or are they going to impact the operations of the building going forward? And is that clear?
I didn't really understand that. What was the question?
Okay. Jesse talked about subsidies for various things. And the question I have is, would they impact the budget that we are going to be voting on tonight? Or is that something that just would go into the coffers of the town in the form of operational savings of the operation of the building?
Jesse, you can try to address that.
I think the
But
most
I
important
think
thing
the
is,
short answer is, we're gonna have to, one of the things we're gonna have to decide here tonight is the question about geothermal. So I'll just put a pin in that, but Jesse, why don't you take a stab at the other stuff? Why did you emphasize net over gross?
right. So this is a new tax credit that is specifically designed to go directly to nonprofit entities, including municipalities. And I think Scott may have more to say about that. However, it is not something that it's not a 30% discount on the cost of the purchase that you get on your invoice directly from the provider. So it may still require the project team's provided price tag. And I'm emphasizing the net because probably about a year later, we would get that 30% back. And at that point, the project would have a net capital cost that was negative in terms of the geothermal add-on.
I do see Scott Englander's hand raised, so maybe we can hear from him.
Sure. One of the great innovations of the Inflation Reduction Act was that, unlike previous tax credits that were available for heat pumps and for renewable energy systems, the Inflation Reduction Act added two provisions, in particular direct pay and transferability, that allow nonprofit entities and government entities like ours to receive a direct payment for the cost. In this case, the heat pump system, the cost of it is $20 or $21 million. So a third of that would be available, and it would be available at the time when, in the same tax year as basically the building comes into use. And so that would be available directly to the town. This is something completely new.
Thank you. So
if I might also add to, in response to John's question, with regard to applying geothermal to the existing building, in addition to the complications that the other folks responded to that question with, many of the incentives that reduce the cost or the cost delta of the ground source heat pump system would not be available in that case. The heat pump system needed to serve a building so inefficient as the existing one would likely need to be bigger, and the energy use index probably wouldn't be low enough to qualify for some of the incentives. So there are many more complications that would make that kind of scenario pretty infeasible.
One of the joys of being a car owner is finding out that it doesn't take all that much to total a car from an insurance perspective. When the cost to repair far exceeds the cost of a new car, that's what insurance companies usually do. And I think that's a pretty apt analogy here.
If only we had insurance on Pierce.
Yeah, if only we weren't self-insured. Okay, so I just want to bring us back to the three things that we are being asked to consider here tonight. We definitely have to go through the first two. The third one, I think we don't necessarily have to decide, but we may need to decide how we're going to handle it. So the first one is to approve the submission of the schematic design package as presented here tonight to MSBA. The second one is to approve the budget. And as you may have been following through that presentation, there are a couple of different options, which means different total number. And then we need to talk about the ballot date. So any questions or discussion about schematic design as it was presented? No? Okay. We can talk about the budget. I do want to give Andy, Lou, and David Perlman an opportunity to speak if you guys want to. Otherwise, we'll just continue our deliberations. Okay. I just wanted to acknowledge you. So if I may kind of share with the board my thinking. I've been thinking a lot about this issue. We've gotten flooded with a lot of support letters and whatnot, and it is frustrating sometimes to hear people voice, you know, their desire for us to do this quickly, expedite. They don't understand what the delay is. But our town clerk has a very limited staff. And from what I understand, he is very nervous about working them around the clock, not only for the September primary that we just completed, but the November. And then we have a record-setting 42 warrant article town meeting. And then there are the holidays. And then within 2 weeks after the holidays, they have to start preparing the documents for the annual town election, and then also spring town meeting. So that being said, I have requested a meeting with Jack McCarthy, who is the chair of the MSBA, for this week, at the end of the week, to try to get clarity on whether or not their deadline is solid. Because the plan B might be to try to move up the May election to a date earlier than that. My understanding from talking to town council is that we would need town meeting to approve that. So I'm working with Melissa offline to prepare a warrant article that may come before this board to be put before town meeting if the MSBA is immovable on their date. So I bring that up because it does influence, I think, the price tag of this project. I think we have to build in a contingency that this may not face voters until worst case scenario, our annual May election. Then there's the question of geothermal. I'm supportive for two reasons. One, it's eligible for some reimbursement from MSBA. And also, before Miriam took over my role as co-chair of the Driscoll, town meeting forcefully added geothermal back into that project. And I have a feeling they will do that here after we have already told MSBA what the final number was. So why don't we just do that now so that we're not faced with a difficult decision about supporting one number and then town meeting supports a different number after we've missed a deadline. So that's where I'm coming from right now. And I'm eager to hear your thoughts on what the number should be. Miriam and then Mike and then Bernard.
So I'll go backwards. In terms of the geothermal, I agree with you. I think we transferred power right at that time. And to see that and be a part of that I see no way to avoid geothermal. The same thing happening here at Pierce. So let's just put it in and keep it in and then reap what benefits we can. In terms of the timing of voting, I mean, for me, really, and I think I would imagine for most of us, as you clearly expressed, it revolves around getting the voting in time to get the MSBA funding. And that's what I care about. So whatever we have to do that, that's what I support.
Right. Mike and then Bernard.
I would say that we should fund geothermal, not because we, well have to. I think it's the right thing to do. I'd be one of those town meeting members who was voting for it. So that's that. I think that requires us to go for the $212 million number that was on the screen. With regard to the date, I appreciate that the town clerk has his logistic issues to deal with. The other thing is that we're going to be asking voters for a significant operating override in May. And I think it's easy to say, well, we'll just tell them in February or whenever we could actually have a vote that that's coming. But I remember my Army drill sergeant saying to me, soldier, there's always 10% that don't get the word. And when it comes to people paying attention to issues that are going to come at them in future votes, it's more like 80%. And so a lot of people will be surprised and very upset when they see that number, and they'll say, why didn't we see this when we were voting for Pierce so that we would know the whole package? I think it's very important and quite honestly, the honorable, honest thing to do, to say to people, this is what it costs to build the school and run the town.
Bernard.
Yeah, well, first of all, like I always like to say, you don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind's blowing, and wind's blowing towards geothermal. But I do want to sort of add something, and that is when we were faced with a very preliminary $247 million cost, the town went ballistic in telling us that is unacceptable, and anything over $200 million will not be voted by the voters and will not be supported by a number of people who said that. So yeah, to talk, I mean, I think that there is some wiggle room on the $200 million number. That wiggle room probably is at $203 million that it would cost if we were to go to a May election. Whether it is whether we can go to 212 million is a question that is way above my political savvy, but I think is a huge risk. So that's all I'm willing to say. I think that with respect to the timing of the vote, you know, we would like to, do it in the winter, both because of the cost that we would save. And those costs are not speculative. I mean, those costs are based on construction cost indices that are very accurate and used throughout the country. So when we say $700,000 per month additional cost, I mean, that's not a guess. That's something that, we can rely on, if not it being a conservative number. But there's also the issue of when the school opens. Maybe that's not a big deal for people, but I would think that, that is a significant issue. Nonetheless, I'm sort of at accepting Plan B, which is, it looks like may be the option that we're forced to accept. But let me just add for the record that is a major compromise to important factors that we've been talking about for a long time: cost and when the school opens.
John.
I just thought if it's okay, I'd like to ask Bernard and our two school committee representatives, has an approach been made to the MSBA to get some early indication as to whether they would accept our having it in May?
I'm doing that on Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is not a known question at this point. We don't.
No, that's why the Plan B is to go to town meeting and ask for them to move up the annual
Yep.
election
Yep.
to sometime in April.
Yep.
Miriam?
I just want to point out that I think that overall Brookline is really focused on sustainability. And I actually think putting geothermal back in makes the project more viable in terms of the general public voting to support it. I think we have a problem with the select board is we have a financial advisory committee that has a very loud and there's a word that I'm missing, presence in our deliberations. And I don't necessarily think that that is representative of the general population and how they feel about things like geothermal. And I think Driscoll is a perfect example of that. Town meeting made it clear that they wanted that geothermal in, and I think they made it clear because they got a lot of input from their constituents. So just to say, I think that I hear you, but I think we don't always get a balanced view of.
No, that's true,
those issues.
especially when you start balancing in who's going to be voting at the election, whenever it is held. And the issues that those people have may be different from the issues that town meeting has and from the issues that the people who participate in our civic life, our political life have. So
I think most of those folks, but for them, things like accessibility and sustainability are really important issues that they can relate to personally. So I think those are things that we focus on, will bring along folks with us.
Mike?
Yeah, I do want to say, you're right that as you put it, the town went ballistic and when we heard the $247 million number, and I don't know about the town as a whole. A lot of people, it was summertime, a lot of people probably didn't pay attention, but certainly the select board did. And that number was put together sometime in July. Am I correct about that?
June, I think.
June, all right. And we had until the end of September to make a decision about whether to put this on the November 2022 ballot. And in between the time that decision was, that number was known, and the time that we had to vote on whether or not to go forward with the November ballot, that's when the project committee should have been responding aggressively instead of saying, well, this is the cost.
Wait a minute, I'm not sure that's fair. I mean,
All right, well, you're welcome to defend it, but that is my perception.
we had meetings that weren't, necessarily, big productions, but
Right.
We fairly soon after the number came out, directed the design team or the project team to look at some alternatives. I mean, Andy Liu was one of the people who was pushing that, as I recall. So I don't think it's true that we were not doing anything.
No, I wouldn't say, it's not fair to say you weren't doing anything, but I think that what happened after the postponement was that the project team got to and the design team got going aggressively. And I think that's the operative word here.
Any other, John?
again, thanks to everybody for their contributions tonight. I want to just recap, if it's all right, that I think 3 questions have, been raised tonight, which I hope we're going to get answers to these questions in the future. As I said earlier, I would like to know if the Maimonides School was offered, and if so, at what price. I heard Heather mention $10 million. I don't know if that's a correct figure or not. If it is a correct figure, the Maimonides School accommodates 250 students, which means that at that rate of cost per student, you could have a school for 750 students for $30 million. So the option, whether it's Maimonides or other spaces that might become available, I think is still something that should be on the table for us to be always on the lookout for, because it sure could save us a lot of money. I heard it said that the efficiency, the energy efficiency of the existing Pierce building is questionable. And I mean, Scott Englander mentioned it as, a negative. But I haven't heard any comparison as to what we are expected to gain in terms of energy efficiency with the new building versus the existing building. So I think we do need to get a number eventually before this is over as to the current energy efficiency and the costs of heating and cooling, the existing Pierce versus what the anticipated cost of heating and cooling the new Pierce would be. That's the second question. And then the third question is, what is our best guess as to the feasibility and the cost if the decision should ever present itself to actually working within the existing School Street Pierce building, add retrofit that building for geothermal. And I would urge people to keep in mind, disparaging retrofit is probably not a good strategy for us, we who consider ourselves to be, at the forefront of climate change, addressing climate change and advocating for addressing climate change. An awful lot of that work is going to be retrofits versus new building, and we need to consider both. So, enough said.
So I'm just gonna address the Maimonides thing. There is no political will on this board, I think, aside from you, John, that wants to purchase that property. And I don't believe that there's a constituency in town that has kids in the schools currently that would want to wage that campaign. So you can ask the question, you can ask me who I had that conversation with offline. I don't really think that it's relevant to this conversation because there's no political will to make it happen.
Did anyone even know it could happen? That's another question, right?
Sure. Okay, David Perlman, you need to get up to the mic.
David Perlman, chair of the school committee. There has been no formal offer by Maimonides to purchase the Clark Road building. There have been some musings about whether there would be receptiveness by Maimonides for that. There has been some hypothetical speculation about what a cost might be, but it's never been formal and it has not come from Maimonides.
So the second question was.
Oh, you're gonna test my memory. The second question was, we need a comparison of the existing energy costs of the existing building versus the anticipated energy costs of the new building.
Is that something that the project team has run? I assume that.
Okay, but well, we're not gonna get it tonight, but I think we
Okay.
need to
Follow up with the
in time,
project
in due
team.
time. Yeah, yeah. And then the third one, in case, should I remind everyone?
Oh, I
of the
didn't
third?
even remember there was a third one.
Yeah, and the third one was the feasibility and the cost of a retrofit geothermal system for the existing Pierce building versus the anticipated cost of an add-on to a new building.
So
Mike?
you recall that if we're going to cure the problems at Pierce at all, one alternative was to renovate the existing building and bring it up to code. And presumably that would mean that the issues of handicapped access and so forth would be cured. The issues of sound and the design of the building would not be cured. If you take that $137 million for bringing it up to code and add the 20 odd million dollars plus probably $27 million for geothermal, you're right about at where, or a little bit over, what we're going to spend net to the town if we go ahead with this project.
I guess all I can say is the difference between me and Mike is that he takes at face value everything he sees in the estimates from the entity that is bidding to build the new school. And I sort of say, well, maybe it would and maybe it wouldn't. Let's take a more creative approach to what it would take to do this. Retrofits, energy retrofits are done all the time without it requiring a complete, $137 million project for the school.
No, it's not the retrofit that requires that. It's the bringing it up to code.
Bringing it up to code, is also done. There's elements of, first of all, I mean, unfortunately, I just think people have not really been given all the facts. There are handicapped accessible bathrooms in the current Pierce building. They're not good enough. And frankly, we should do better.
And where are they?
And we could do better. But we don't really have that fully investigated because the people who are behind the full demolish and build project, that's not in their interest to sort of advocate for an alternative approach that actually is reasonable. And we haven't seen an alternative approach that's reasonable.
So I'm gonna make chair privilege a thing right here.
Go ahead.
First of all, the same argument was made about Driscoll. And I will remind, you know what, just for me, the moment you do more than, I think it's $250,000 worth of renovations, you trigger all kinds of requirements regarding ADA. So you can say that we would save a lot of money. No, we wouldn't, because the moment you open it up, you have to address pretty much everything that we're supposed to be doing for our students. I'll just leave it there. Miriam.
Last thing, John, I challenge you, borrow a wheelchair, go to Pierce, spend a couple hours there. I'm really, as a person who struggles with a disability, the way you talk about access is it's getting me very frustrated. Right? Until you live in those shoes, you don't understand what it's like when you say there is a handicapped accessible bathroom. Well, can you access it? Do you know where it is? And if you are in one other part of the building, are you going to have to miss an entire class in order to get to the one handicapped accessible bathroom? These are people's real lived experiences with disability.
I get that.
Bernard.
I get that.
Had his
And
hand.
I don't really appreciate the suggestion that I don't get that. So I get it.
Bernard had
I
his,
get it.
has his
And
hand up.
By the way, John, with all due respect, I think it's a little grating to question the integrity of our project manager, our architects, the construction firm. I mean, they've been working very, very hard. And, their integrity really shouldn't be questioned because it's overseen by not only the building committee, but also the building commission and all the other town employees that work hard to make sure that public money is spent on construction projects in a proper way. There's absolutely no basis for you to question their integrity or the accuracy and honesty of the numbers that they're presenting us. I mean, if you have a basis for questioning that, I'd like to see it, but I don't think you do.
I don't believe the record will show I question their integrity. I question my colleagues' skepticism. So,
Well,
and I apologize for the fact that skepticism is just part of my nature.
So I want to revisit what we're supposed to accomplish here under this agenda item. I don't see much discussion about the schematic design package.
Why don't we vote that first?
Okay, so let's do that. I will move approval of the submission of the schematic design package to the MSBA. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
John,
No.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Then I said my piece on what I thought the budget number should be. Bernard, did you?
I'd like to move 103 million and then people can amend that.
203 million?
I'm sorry, 203 million. Million here, million there.
So that does not include the geothermal,
Correct.
correct? But that would buy us time for a May election.
Right.
Okay,
Doesn't lock it in.
right.
And for example, if we go in the winter time, go to the winter election, we'll have that extra $3 million and it will just reduce the amount of debt that we put on the levy.
Yeah.
So.
Amendment?
Question first and then amendment.
Or maybe the amendments. I mean, I want the geothermal, so I don't know how to vote on Bernard.
So let's see what
So
the.
Mike is gonna amend. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Amendment.
I move to amend the amount to 212 million, and I have to give an approximate number here because we saw a slide and I would like to capture that number.
So before we do that.
Yep.
Let me just point out that I think that we need to differentiate the difference between adding in geothermal and adding in everything that Jesse wanted us to add in, like the solar and whatnot.
Fair enough.
I think it's appropriate to add in the geothermal because that has the ability to be eligible for reimbursement. But the other things, I think we might need to consider putting that as a package, a separate standalone debt exclusion for voters to consider.
I wonder if I could make it, I was thinking about trying to making it conditional based on determining whether or not we would be eligible for federal reimbursement as Scott
interesting.
Englander was talking about. But I think that's probably too complex. So I'm perfectly happy to have that number adjusted to, I think it's 210, is that correct?
I think 210 is,
210,337,922.
And how many cents?
Yeah. That you'll have to need an account.
The amendment is for that number.
okay. Do you accept that amendment, Bernard?
I'd like to be able to, no, I'd like to not accept it and be able to vote
Okay.
on that and then.
No,
So,
that would probably
to
become the
get
main
it-
motion.
yeah. To get at Miriam's question, if you want to vote for something like Bernard or Mike just moved, you will vote no on this proposal.
Got it. Thank you.
And then
yes.
another
No,
proposal.
it's the other way around. The amendment, vote on the amendment becomes the main motion.
Oh, we're voting on the amendment, but he
Yeah.
just said that he didn't
Well,
accept
no.
the amendment.
No,
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you're not gonna vote on it.
right, the
Just 'cause I
procedure,
don't accept it doesn't mean.
right, the procedure is to.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so it's amended,
Okay. Vote yes on the
So-
amendment. If that doesn't pass.
Right.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
now that that's cleared up, it's getting late. All those in favor of the amended amount that Mike just listed, which is 210. All those in favor, Bernard,
I'm gonna abstain.
okay, John,
For the reasons I stated earlier in terms of the energy efficient aspect of it, I'm going to vote symbolically yes on this part. Yes.
Miriam,
Yes.
Mike,
confused Mike votes yes.
and the chair votes yes. Okay,
So that becomes the main motion.
yes.
Yeah.
So main motion is 210
Am I correct in that it's 210 and change?
and change.
210, 337,922, just for everyone following at home.
54 cents.
If someone on the design team would validate my math, I'm pulling this from your proposal with the 203 million plus the geothermal add alternate. That is the results. That is the resulting number.
Thank you, Chaz. All those in favor?
Which
So am I?
this was why I wanted the project team.
Yeah, we're taking out the
So we just take out
photovoltaic.
the photovoltaic system.
Whatever, I can't even say it.
Okay, so the current total project cost plus the geothermal system plus the escalation for May vote, just in case. All those in favor of what that total would be? Bernard,
Okay, with my abstention in the previous vote indicating my concern about the number here, I will vote on this main motion, yes.
okay. John,
Yes.
Miriam,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Thank you so much to the project team and everyone that has worked on this project. And thank you so much to David and Andy for being here in person. Bernard, do you have any
Yeah, I'd
final
just like
thoughts?
well, no final thoughts. I just wanted to ask a question. I mean, we're talking about geothermal, and I don't believe that any wells have been drilled to determine whether the ground will support geothermal, both in terms of the, any rocks or ledge, there, as well as temperature wise in terms of the, ground there. So this is really kind of a crapshoot in the sense that we don't really know as much as we need to know, but
Well, we certainly know more than we did when we were doing
no
the same
doubt
thing
about
on
that.
Driscoll,
Oh, it's
right?
just-
Like we hadn't really done anything, but now we have a
We're
pretty
voting the
good
budget.
sense.
Pardon?
Yeah,
We're
we're
voting
voting
the
a
budget.
budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not voting, oh, we're gonna do geothermal.
There
within
will be
this-
No,
test
I
wells.
understand. I just wanted to
They'll learn
make
a
that
lot,
for
but
the record.
having done it in Brookline before,
Mhm.
there's more known than there was before we did Driscoll.
Except we don't know about the conduit or whatever across School Street, and that could be a big factor, but that's neither here nor there.
And we'll save some money.
Well, if we can do it, yeah.
Right.
The project team will let us know.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so moving on from that agenda item to number 12, November election warrant and early voting. Speaking of our town clerk.
Just so you know, after, I'm assuming this won't take that long, and after this, I'm gonna transition.
Yeah.
Well, that was
Ben's here.
There's Ben right there.
Hello, Ben. You have to unmute.
Hi, Madam Chair. Thanks for having me on.
Can you
I
speak up?
think we're having some difficulty hearing you. It might be on our end. Just keep talking and then,
Sure, happy to keep.
there we go.
Right. There are 3 votes that are before the board related to the November election that we have coming up. As the board knows, we have a state election on November 8th of 2022. So the 3 proposals, one of them, or the 3 votes, one of them is actually setting the warrant for the election, which includes within it the polling locations. These have not changed from the September polling locations. We try to move polling locations as infrequently as possible, and especially between a September primary and a November general. So those polling locations would all be the same. There's also a vote before you to assign police details to polling locations. As you'll recall from the September election, the Votes Act gives the authority to appoint police details to the select board. So we have a standard set of police details that we utilize. It's pretty much 1 per precinct, plus a few that we use to do traffic control, parking enforcement at a couple of precincts where we've had issues on that before. I've reviewed these with the chief, and she has signed off on this recommendation. The 3rd recommendation is a vote on early voting for the November election. The Votes Act expands early voting for the November election. It starts on October 22nd and runs until November 4th. It has to be 6 hours each day on the weekends and during our regular business hours during the week. One of the things that we discussed in September that we are working on, the ARPA committee gave funds to my office to procure additional poll pads, which would allow us to do expanded early voting. We have ordered those poll pads. However, they are currently having supply chain issues with the label printers that pair with the poll pads and print out the labels that go on to the envelopes. So they said that they will get us the tablets themselves prior to the 22nd, but they cannot guarantee delivery of the label printers prior to the 22nd. So we are holding off on expanding early voting to those locations until we have a better sense of when we're going to get those label printers, at which point we might return to expand to some extra locations for November.
Boy, you never get a break, do you, Ben?
I haven't stopped since July, but we're doing well.
Excellent. Any questions for Ben? I think a lot of this is pretty perfunctory, straightforward. Miriam?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Ben, for the memo and for working hard to get early voting out of town hall and into the community for more people to have access to it. I appreciate that effort a lot.
Okay, so as he said, he's here for 3 different votes, so I can take them in order. The first one would be the question of executing the warrant for the state election on November 8th, 2022. Any further discussion before I call the roll? Seeing none, all those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Then the second one is approving times and locations for in-person early voting for the state election on November 8th, 2022. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. And then finally, question of assigning police details for the state election on November 8th, 2022. Is this required by law or is this something that we just do?
So the newly passed Votes Act made it so that now the select board does the actual assignment of police details. There has been some questions, and I know the secretary's office is looking at the shall versus may clause within that. But it is now a requirement that the select board assign those details as opposed to before when it was the chief who assigned those details.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you so much, Ben.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, okay, we're starting our warrant articles public hearings. First up on our agenda is warrant article 7. Reduce the need to publish and distribute hard copies of certain reports. Mr. Wang?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, thank you so
Hey.
much for joining us this evening. Do you want to give a brief synopsis of your warrant article?
Yes, can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, also, like, I have one co-petitioner is Alex Les Vols. Can you promote him as well?
Devin will search for him.
No,
in the
it's
attendees list.
Alexandra.
Alexandra? I got him.
Yeah, Alexandra. Can you find him as well? Levovis, yes.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
All right, yeah. So can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
All right, perfect. All right, yeah. So we will try to make it short. For warrant Article 7, what we plan to do is reduce the printing and mailing costs. All right, so to make it really short, this is in our current budget, we spend $50,000 a year just to print the warrant and reports. So in the past 10 years, there's a one warrant article like in 2010, and it was failed. And so we spent $500,000 just print this one for the past like 10 years. And so we doing some study on that. So based on the reason we're doing that is because our bylaw requests us to print for that. So the current town bylaw has like all the requirement in this like sections from 2.1.2 to 4.2.4 is required us to print all those reports. And people doesn't want the report, they can opt out. And in the past 10 years, I'm the only one opt out, like 2-3 weeks ago. So it doesn't work. And our proposed change is instead of deliver in hand or mailed, we change to email or like a digital copy by default. And on top of those, a postcard will be provided with information. And so you can access online information, and also it's provide you the option to opt in. So if you still need the physical copy, because some people might still need those, you can opt in to request for that. So like so is any kind of a physical one you require, you can still get those. So for whoever requires the physical copy, there's no change. You just need to opt in. And so this is the budget comparison. So if we have 100%, right now the current based on current bylaw, it doesn't matter if you want it or not. We still spend $50,000 a year. But like if nobody needs that, we save everything. But like if everybody want it, like it's pretty much no change. So by changing this bylaw, give us the flexibility to save the money for the town. And the proposal operation model is the day we also talk with Ben and also consult with the Neil Golden, the previous like committee for the electronic digital like a committee. They are studying on this one before. So some wording we might have some minor change, but basically like 45 days before, the town will be sending out a postcard to every town meeting member with relevant like online information, and also like tell you what would be the option you can opt in to get your physical copy. And then like people will be within 30 days, people will send in the written notice by mail or email or any way based on the best way town clerk can make their work function. They will receive in a notice, and then they'll prepare the like a physical copy for whoever needs those. And so it will be mailed out just like what we have right now, and whoever requests for them. So also like the postcard will be designed by the town clerk. And Alex, do you want to maybe go over the frequent asked questions that potentially people might ask?
Yeah, thanks, A1. So we did put a couple FAQs in here. One question that we've heard a lot is, if your email doesn't work, how would we get the information about reports or the annual warrant? The answer, this is why we included, unlike previous iterations of similar warrant articles, a written notice that would come out to all town meeting members and other recipients of these reports that would provide them a link to access those materials online, as well as notify them that if they wish to receive a hard copy, they would need to get in touch with the clerk's office to express that preference. Another question that comes up frequently, can I still get my paper copy? Under this article, you would absolutely be able to acquire a hard copy if you preferred. Like we mentioned, that would just require updating your preference once a year with the town clerk's office. Next slide. So are we the first town to consider such a motion? Not at all. There are many other municipalities across the country, and including in Massachusetts, that have already moved towards digital default report distribution. Nationally, that includes cities as large as San Francisco, but here in Massachusetts, you need to look no further than Easton or Winchester, both of whom have adopted a digital by default distribution model and have accrued savings as a result. So why do we spend time for just $50,000 in savings? As I'm sure this board is well aware, and as we heard in the discussion about the peer school, we are in a structural deficit, and we need to accrue and find savings anywhere that we can. And we felt that this could be a relatively easy area to achieve some, I think, fairly large savings in the mid and long term. Next slide. And if I forgot to request the paper copy before the deadline, can I still get it? So this would be where we would ask people to, in these instances, print these reports by themselves. This does shift some of the onus off of the town. But like Awan mentioned, well in advance of any town meeting or the issuance of a report, a written notice will go out, not only with instructions on how to access the materials on the town websites, but also instructions for how and when to reach out to the clerk's office to express a preference for a hard copy. So we feel that is more than adequate in ensuring that those who are interested in receiving a paper copy do so.
Great, thank you very much. This seems to be a very thoughtful approach to this. A few people have attempted to do this in the past, but I have never seen such an interesting and all-encompassing approach. So thank you very much. Any questions from select board members? This is a public hearing, so I will be taking public comment. Mike?
The only comment I have, I think it's a great idea. I will say that a few years ago, I think it's probably 6 or 7 years ago now, Melissa Goff and I floated this idea, and there was a great deal of resistance among town meeting members. I do think we have moved a lot further into the digital world since then, and hopefully that won't happen. But the provision to send out a notice to anybody who wants a printed copy is a great addition. We hadn't really thought about that.
Thank you.
Any other comments from select board members before I ask Devin if anyone has alerted her to want to make a public comment? Seeing none. Devin, do we have anybody who wishes to make a comment?
At this time, there are 5 attendees virtually and 4 in person. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
I know, we're gonna have to do something for sweeps to up our ratings.
I tried starting something with Mike, and it just didn't go
Yeah.
over.
Maybe more budget jeopardy.
No.
Okay, this is this is a public hearing. I opened it. Nobody commented. I will close it. John, did you want to make a comment?
On our way to a vote, may I just ask one
Yeah, of
question
course.
that occurs to me late? And I'm going to second what Mike said about, and Heather as well. This is impressive work. And for anyone who doubts that it's impressive work, there's a little bit of history of a committee that worked on some of these issues for a while, and it was not easy. It was not easy, but these the sponsors of this article have done a terrific job. The only question I'm not sure I heard it answered, and I'll just put it out there. Are we satisfied that all of this will, at the end of the day, satisfy every single letter of the law as to, the remaining parts of the law that can only be met through providing a printed, hard copy documents?
So that's a great question, and it's definitely one that we considered in drafting this, and one that we did reach out to the town council's office about. We've had no indication that this would fail to satisfy the public reporting or public posting requirements under state law. Our proposed changes to the bylaws do nothing to alter the posting of the warrant or the archiving or public availability of hard copies at the library or through the clerk's office. So we're not aware of any difficulties this would raise with the public posting or reporting laws.
Right. And we also consult with Ben about this one. So he mentioned about those concerns as well. So that's where we didn't touch, and we provide the flexibility for the town to make a decision, town clerk to make a decision for those.
I think in this case, it's very important to distinguish what we require of ourselves versus what the state requires.
So we check the state like a requirement. So the state only requests the notice to send it now. It didn't require any kind of a printing or any kind of methodology. So the state the law doesn't prohibit us from doing that, especially like Eastern Massachusetts and also Winchester, they're already doing this. So if they can do that, we can do that as well.
Thank you. Any other comments? I would love to hear Melissa Goff's perspective if she's at all available.
Good evening. This is probably the third time that we've tried this kind of warrant article. I sent the petitioners the original attempt back in 2010, where that was heavily resisted. I think there were a lot of people that were still very much wedded to paper. Then we had a committee that was formed that was looking at this issue. It was actually the last meeting that we had before the COVID shutdown. In my experience as the assistant town administrator back in 2010, when we had the opt-out program, I would send an email to the listserv, and the only response I got was from the town clerk saying, yes, please make sure I still get this in the mail. I did want to clarify that the $50,000 that the petitioners have identified is more than just printing costs. In the budget vote, I think it's called printing of warrants. That's the name of the account that town meeting members are used to see. We refer to it internally as the town meeting account. And essentially it is for staffing and resources needed for town meetings. So it does include printing of the warrant, but it also includes the staff members that support town meeting that are paid kind of above and beyond their original job duties. There's also some printing, advertising, and postage costs as well that are also part of this. So, there is savings here, but the entire account wouldn't be reduced as a result of this warrant article.
Is this our cookie account?
Yes, cookies for town meeting is also part of what we used to
That's
fund.
sacred.
Yeah. So it basically supports all the activities around town meeting, including the printing of the financial plan, all the town meeting warrants, and all the overtime associated with that effort. We have a lot of tight timelines to get all the printed materials out the door. So there's a lot of staff time involved in that as well.
Okay. I also want to thank the petitioners for kind of gaming out the scenario where people miss the deadline, so that it doesn't become an undue burden to staff. Really, really appreciate addressing that issue, because it will happen. And Ben and his staff are so great, they would probably try to address. Do we want to try to vote tonight?
Sure.
Review and possible vote. Okay, so we're covered with the language. Any discussion, Bernard?
Vote.
Okay.
Straightforward.
All those in favor of it's affirmative action, right? Moving affirmative action.
Recommending favorable action.
Favorable action. Thank you. Sorry.
Advisory committee words.
Yes, recommending favorable action on warrant article 7, the petitioner's version. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Has Marion? No. Okay. Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. Good luck at AC.
All right, thank you, everyone. Quick and easy.
Okay.
Hopefully AC won't admit.
Yeah. Well, as soon as they see our strong unanimous support. Warrant article 14.
Okay.
What? Mike, I think that's you. Oh, okay.
So I think Mike and myself are all the co-petitioners on this article.
Okay. If you want to give a little rundown and then we'll talk amongst ourselves. This is also a public hearing, so I will take public comment.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you again. So by way of a brief overview of warrant article 14, this is one of 2 articles that Mike and I introduced pertaining to the town's pilot program. Warrant article 14 is a proposed bylaw change that is meant to increase and improve transparency around the town's pilot program. And the way that it would do this would be to aggregate information and data that is already collected around property assessments and also individual pilot agreements. All these elements are already collected by the town. However, they're not siloed or kept together. So what our article would do would ask the treasurer's office and the assessor's office to aggregate this data into a single spreadsheet that would allow members of the public to readily access information about all of the existing pilot agreements and also pilot eligible entities here in Brookline. For example of the data elements that we're talking about would be the assessed value of tax exempt property, what that property would be assessed in taxes were it not tax exempt, the tax rate applied to a pilot agreement, when that agreement was signed, the last time that agreement was renegotiated, and various other associated data elements around pilot agreements. We feel that this is important for a couple reasons. One, because I think we are supporters of transparency as just a general good government practice, and something that we feel is not readily available around the pilot program. If a member of the public were interested in and currently wanted to pull all the data that we're calling for aggregation of, that would require pulling large spreadsheets and parsing data from the assessor's website, and then also separately reaching out to the treasurer and listing all the pilot agreements of interest. So while it is available, it's not really accessible. So we feel that's an important reason to move on this issue. Another being the potential social impact of transparency around who in Brookline or which tax exempt entities are fulfilling what we feel is their social obligation to the town. There are many other municipalities since 2011, when Brookline adopted their pilot program initially, that have included or added transparency measures to their programs, largely to great success. Boston being one of the biggest and foremost examples of that. I can tell you anecdotally, having worked in community and government relations for health systems that operate in the greater Boston area, they very closely watch what their competitors contribute in pilot payments. They're very cognizant of community pressure that's put on for these large institutions to fulfill that obligation. And we feel that transparency, in addition to improving our pilot program from a good government lens, could potentially also lead to increased revenues for the town. We also feel that this is a good first step in pilot reform, and we'll talk a little bit more about what future reforms might look like when we discuss Warrant Article 36. So with that overview, I think we'll open it up for questions and public comment. Thanks.
I think I would like to hear from Melissa Goff to see whether she has any concerns about this warrant article, and then I'll take questions from select board members.
I think my only concern really is that I would really like to see the strategy driven by the finance director. And obviously currently we're recruiting for a finance director. So I would want someone that's been experienced in negotiating pilots to make recommendations on how the program should change. I know that the subcommittee did have Steve Cirillo there, and he shared his experience with the pilots that we do have. I'm sure he told you it took several years to get to that point where we were. Steve also had the luxury of not having a lot of staff turnover, so he was able to attend to the pilot program. So, knowing that we have a lot of turnover in finance, I would just want to make sure that we focus on getting our core finance duties up to speed before placing an additional burden on the department.
And if I may just quickly clarify one point to Melissa's point, Stephen Cirillo was at the advisory committee subcommittee hearing that we had, I believe it was earlier last week. He did express support for the idea of transparency, specifically support born out of the second kind of point in favor that we were talking about, the social pressure angle around pilot reporting. So he did express support at that meeting, and we did receive a unanimous favorable report from the advisory committee subcommittee after his statements.
Okay, Mike.
So first of all, I think this is a very good idea. But I do wonder whether it needs a bylaw change. I wonder if you've discussed this had a chance to discuss this previously with Melissa Goff or with anybody in the town staff before you went ahead and put this together?
Absolutely.
Well, I'm not so much worried about the select board. I think that the staff's the one that has to do the work, and they're perfectly capable of putting this in place without a bylaw.
Yeah, I totally appreciate that question. And that is one that also came up in our discussions with the advisory committee. And I think the short answer is this is something that staff could do today. Absolutely. What I think is the larger point is we didn't feel that, and I think this is something we talked through with the advisory committee as well. We did consult with staff in writing and designing this warrant article. The town assessor's office assured us that the costs of implementing this would be essentially negligible because all this data is already collected. So it would just be a simple matter of appending pilot specific data to the existing town assessor's database regarding assessed values of property in town. So I think the answer to your question is it's something that could be done administratively. The reason for the warrant article is to ensure that transparency is adhered to going forward, regardless of who the individual personalities in these decision-making roles might be at the time.
I guess maybe the follow-up question is, why didn't you just ask if they would do it?
Or have a resolution.
They have both.
Sure.
Hi, everyone. This is Mike Thompson. So I think Alex just made plain that it's not about the current member of the staff who are amenable to doing this. It's about creating an enduring legacy to ensure that if we have members of staff who might not think this is a good idea, that it's not in their discretion, that it's part of our bylaws to ensure the community gets access to this information, regardless of the personalities in place. We have discussed it with them several weeks back, and AC asked a similar question, and we defer. They're welcome to do it at any time. They haven't yet, and I think they're enthusiastic if they get this direction that they will do so.
So I guess my point is they haven't because nobody's asked them to do it. I'm a little surprised that nobody approached the select board about trying to do this. I get what you're saying about putting it as a bylaw because, maybe another administration wouldn't be so amenable. But just like hybrid meetings, things seem very simple. And then we change a bylaw before we've even experimented and tried to work out the bugs. So I would have preferred to have at least been, asked if we were willing to try this. And then if for whatever reason you were not happy with the result, then go to a bylaw change, because bylaws are, what's the euphemism? You're using a hammer when like a
Feather.
I was gonna say scalpel would do. How do other select board members feel? Bernard and then John.
No, I agree. And, there may be a reason why the staff hasn't, done this. And that reason may have to do with their staffing level or other things. I mean, I don't know. And if a future administration, backed off from doing this, there may be a reason why they're doing that also. And if you don't think that reason is valid, then at that point, a warrant article would be appropriate. But I think and this is really just not ripe for this type of proposal at this point. I mean, that's just my feeling at this point.
John?
I'd like to start with a question, if you don't mind, Alex, or Mike could answer it. Alex, I thought I heard you say that Steve Cirillo spoke in favor of this, but did Steve Cirillo say he supports the warrant article 14 and/or 36?
I would have to go back to the transcript to remember if he explicitly said that. He was expressed his support for introducing transparency and reporting requirements to pilot. So he essentially said he was in favor of what this warrant article would do.
Well, I guess we'll have to go back and look at the videotape. I watched that meeting and I seem to recall the thrust of it was, excuse me, that, excuse me, Steve was there to basically educate folks as to the the foundations of a pilot program and how pilots are negotiated. And I thought made a pretty good case for himself as a person who created a model of how pilot programs should be done, which, by the way, isn't this. So I've, given that Steve was kind of speaking on behalf of the model that he and the city of Newton created, I don't recall him saying, and therefore I support, town meeting deciding how pilot programs should be done. He's probably, at the top of people who are recognized for their experience in negotiating pilot agreements. And I think it's important to know if he supports Article 14 and or Article 36. I'm not sure he does. But let's say he does. So then we have a person who's in charge of our pilot agreements who already agrees with you that that's how it should be done. So why do we need these articles? Because maybe the next person in charge of our pilot agreements won't agree that this is how they should be done. And let's say he doesn't agree with you, then why would we impose on the person we trust to negotiate our pilot agreements the dictates of town meeting as to how it should be done? The negotiations are not something that are easily done when you've got people second guessing you all the time, or telling you how to do it, or telling the person with whom you're negotiating that the person at the negotiating table doesn't even control the decisions as to how the negotiation should be conducted and what the purpose of the negotiation is. Essentially you're creating a situation where at some point, we might have to ask town meeting to negotiate because they seem to think, they know how to do it better than the person who's actually assigned to do that administratively. So I just see a lot of problems with both articles, and I'm sorry to say I'm going to vote against both of them.
I'll just say one thing, Chaz, are you okay? What was the thing I was gonna say? Chaz, you go first and I'll then remember what I was gonna say.
Okay. From a staff perspective, I take both these articles in good faith. I think our commitment on the staff side to transparency is reflected in the text and tenor of these articles, and I thank you for submitting them. I'll say one, since this is my second full week here, I am still meeting with our financial teams and working out the details of the processes that they have in place and answering some of the questions that I think the select board has here. But generally speaking, I think the tenor of on the administrative side is that we are committed to transparency on this. We do think it is worthwhile for us to work through this process with you. We also understand that in the good faith in which you've offered this is ensuring that across multiple administrations that the ultimate goal of transparency is preserved in the bylaws. So we understand that in the administrative side, we appreciate the intention there. But I do think that John's point is well taken in the sense that the team here, all the department heads, all the folks that are involved in effectuating the agenda of the select board and the bylaws that town meeting creates for those purposes. We really do appreciate when these things come up, even if it is something that I think is for you in submitting this is as simple as, well, this is a slam dunk transparency issue. We should just go on and do it. We would appreciate the collaboration and the ability to talk through this with you, because even if ultimately the thought you have is we need a bylaw for this anyway. we want to be collaborators with you to ensure that's the highest and best bylaw possible. So I think this is kind of a more broad comment. And it just happens to be that your warrant article is the first of many that suggests an executive process. But I think what you hear from the select board is a concern that the administrators, the administrative agents, entities, departments, divisions that will be charged with developing those processes ordinarily might not have been consulted. And again, I don't think this is a particularly egregious situation, nor do I think that was your intention in offering this. I think it is a broader symptom of concern when it comes to the development of operational processes, especially once they get enshrined in bylaws. So all of this is a very wordy way of saying, from a staff perspective, we get this, we appreciate this, we'll work with you on this. We think this is we think transparency is good, and we're eager to be helpful in this regard. Just on the more broader process oriented side, for you, for other petitioners in town meeting, we want to be good collaborators and good coordinators, and we want to make sure that the work excuse me, that our efforts are appropriately focused on the town's priorities. And that means when someone says, hey, I've got a great idea, it really does behoove you to come to department heads first, come to departments first, and talk about what it is that they may already be doing, and how that may dovetail with your own ideas. So that's what I'll just say on this subject. So thank you.
So I have two concerns. One, Chaz just kind of highlighted it. Whether you meant to or not, it does kind of come across that we don't care about transparency, or that staff doesn't care about transparency, because you are submitting a bylaw change instead of having a conversation with us about whether or not we'd even be willing to go down this road. My other concern about going with a bylaw first is, let's say that this spooks all of these institutions that have absolutely no reason to come to the table. They're doing this because of whatever reason, social pressure or whatnot. And let's say that this bylaw then actually costs us money that we're getting right now. Then we have to undo an act by town meeting, which is very difficult and will take a long time. So I just wish that we had had a conversation before this warrant article.
If I
Any other
may respond to that?
comments from select board members before I open it up to the public? Regina.
Good evening.
Wait,
Regina Frawley.
I'm sorry, Miriam had her hand up. We'll get to you in a second.
Say
Regina.
what? Say it again.
Miriam, I totally forgot about Miriam. And then we'll get to you, Regina.
Thank you. Sorry, Regina. So I want to acknowledge first that I agree with my fellow select board members in the sense that I think that it's more complicated on its face than it looks. But at the same time, to me, I just think this is information that should be available and public. And I think if we want to tout ourselves as a transparent government, then these are things we need to enshrine in our bylaws. And so I don't have the same, and I'm talking about specifically about 14. I have different issues with 36. So in terms of 14, I support it. I would support it because I do want to enshrine this kind of transparency in our bylaw, acknowledging that it is not straightforward and acknowledging all of the things that Heather and Chaz have said in terms of, coming and working with the select board and all of that. But I also vote yes for this with that, understanding. 36, it's a resolution. I have to say I don't want more select board committees. I have to tell you, the select board is like totally flat out in terms of chairing, liaisoning, participating in committees. But I also, I don't want a moderators committee because as I referred to earlier, I think the Financial Advisory Committee and I think moderators committees hold outsourced amount of power in this town, and I don't want to give them more. I would rather see Chaz in his office have the opportunity to address this as a new town administrator and then maybe revisit a warrant article like this later after we've given this kind of new administration a chance to do something about it. So that's where I fall on that. Thank you.
Regina, I'm so sorry.
Not at all, not at all. Regina Frawley from South Brookline's Precinct 16. Might be helpful to offer some perspective. As you know, I've been here for 21 of the 22 years, every single Tuesday night. So I have a perspective about how the various boards of select people have emphasized what the duties are of the treasurer. And the last really vigilant pilot program emphasis was done with Steve Cirillo. And that was an important emphasis from this board because we were beginning to, not this board, but a board, we were beginning to see all the various, starting with the B2 actually, nonprofits taking over some of the largest potentially industrial properties in town and business properties in town, and therefore subject to pilots. And he did a very splendid job. He tended to come in with 25% of what would have been the proper tax rate. Having said that, if it has started to, it had immediately after he left, it stopped being at the top of the agenda. And the subsequent boards, different boards, emphasized that the treasurer would find creative ways to do fees. And that took a lot of time for the treasurer to do. And she came up, that was Gina Franconi, came up with a lot of new creative ways for fees. Not all of us are happy to have extra fees, but she was very diligent about it because that was her instruction. And then Justin took over as acting, and he really didn't have the experience and had to just even handle the job as it was during COVID. Not easy to do. So I think I'm not going to say what this article should do. What I'm thrilled about this article doing is bringing it to the attention of the policymaking board, who would have the kind of, and Chaz sounded like he's really on board with this, have the realization, the consciousness raising that this had fallen through the cracks. And now we're going to look at it again, because we actually, when I did the book, Where in the World is Your Precinct? One of the maps that I created, had the staff and I created, was to have pinpoint all over town every nonprofit. And you'd be shocked how much we have nonprofits. And one of the strangest, one that most people are unaware of, is dozens and dozens of homes, hundreds of homes being declared as tax exempt because somebody who has a religious background lived in it. So it's a big issue. We're focusing, I've never seen that focused on, but I've seen the nonprofits focused on, and I've heard what their policy is. I remember the gentleman from Children's who took over the B2 saying, we're not going to pay a dime more than we have to in taxes. And Steve was pretty good at making him think that there was a have to there. So whatever it's worth, I'm not telling you how to vote on this. I'm not sure how I'll vote on this, but I am thrilled that it's coming to your complete consciousness raising, because it's a very important issue. And I thank the petitioners for that.
The next person signed up for public comment is Neil Gordon.
Yes, thank you. I'm Neil Gordon, a Precinct 1 town meeting member, a member of the advisory committee. I sit on the advisory committee subcommittee that held the public hearing and meeting on this particular article. One, all of the issues that have been raised by the select board came up at the advisory committee subcommittee meeting. And the advisory committee is recommending, the subcommittee is recommending favorable action. All of the questions raised were adequately answered at the subcommittee meeting. And I'll say this in no particular order. The information that the petitioners are asking to be published by the assessor is already public information. The hard way to get it would be to do a public records request for all of it and compile it yourself. That would cost the town more effort, possibly reimbursed by the requester. But the information is already available. The question was raised to Stephen Cirillo, who is quite the expert in this matter. I said, Stephen, what impact would this have on the ability to negotiate? Where in one case, the warrant article actually asked for the amount requested and various other information, the amount requested. And I said, gee, that sounds like a negotiation. Maybe we want to hold that. And he goes, no, not really. We just asked for 25% of the otherwise tax based on assessed value. He had none of these concerns in particular. The assessor raised no question of added effort in providing this information. It's information that's readily available and already compiled by the assessor. As I said, Steve Cirillo raises no concerns about negotiation. And I'll tell you that the petitioners did their homework. They did talk to the assessor. I don't know who else they spoke to, but we got the impression that they came to the meeting fully prepared. And I'll say as an aside, I'm going to object to the tone of the select board in lecturing these two petitioners. They have every right to bring this warrant article. We at advisory don't do that. We object to all sorts of warrant articles. We recommend no action.
You have
But
30
we
seconds.
rarely ever say, please don't do that. Don't bring that warrant article. You want to vote no, vote no. I'll eject to the tone. I sort of don't like it. But in any case, I'm recommending favorable action. Subcommittee is recommending favorable action. Advisory committee will take it up and town meeting will decide. I thank you for your time.
Mike?
I certainly do appreciate the lecture on not lecturing. I just want to add it. What I said at the beginning was that I think this is a great idea. That it could be done without a warrant article. And certainly the petitioners can bring whatever warrant article they want. And indeed, that can be highly beneficial or highly frustrating or both. In this case, I think it's beneficial, only a little bit frustrating. Personally, I'm going to vote for this. Article 36 is something else entirely, but I'm going to vote for this, and I think you'll find that the rest of the select board does as well. It's not the idea that we're not happy with. It's perhaps the adding it to what is already a very crowded bylaw.
Okay. We do have, Mike, are you going to be a public citizen or petitioner? Let's hear from Mike first, and then I'll go around the room again with select board.
Great. Thanks, Mike Toffel again, co-petitioner. One of the comments so first, just to recap a little bit, we're seeking public information to be more readily and easily accessible to the public. At the end of the day, you can vote no for that, of course, but just recognize what you're doing. You're saying, no, the public shouldn't have easier access to information that the public has a right to have. That's fine, but that's not a stance that I particularly would feel proud about our town taking. There was a question about whether we should have come to you first. I do want to remind this select board that 2.5 years ago, BFAC presented a report with a number of recommendations, one of which was clearly focused on pilot, saying have a look at the pilot program. We haven't looked at this for a long time. It's a potential source of revenues that neither requires more housing density nor raises taxes. Those are your big other choices. And so the select board, if you've read the BFAC moderator committee reports, which are updates on how the town has responded to the BFAC report, the pilot program recommendation was aimed for select board response. And if you look at those two BFAC moderator committee reports, the select board has not responded to the pilot. They've just not taken an interest in it. So I'm sorry if we didn't go to you to collaborate and figure out how should we draft this bylaw. But there have been many occasions when the select board has been asked to weigh in on pilot, and the select board has decided not to do so. That's okay, that's your right. But it seems a little bit rich to then suggest that pilot movements should go through the select board. You've made your choice, that's okay. We're making a choice to go to the legislature and legislate this and not leave it to the discretion of either staff or the select board. It's okay if you disagree with that, but let's just be clear about what we're talking about.
That's a total mischaracterization.
Hold on. Bernard?
Yeah, I think if we vote no, it does not mean that we don't care about transparency or that we don't think that this is a good idea. At least in my view, the issue is this is something that can be easily, quickly, and efficiently handled by working with staff. If staff is not willing to work, which I don't think you're arguing, then a warrant article would be appropriate. But at this point, the easier approach, the quicker approach would be to work with staff and get this done, which we all agree to. And if we vote against this warrant article, does not mean that we are not in favor of transparency.
Mike?
I'm not going to vote against this warrant article. I said that right to begin with, and I don't understand why you have mischaracterized what I've said. I'm rather irritated by that, to be perfectly honest. It's not that we're opposed to the concept. It's that I have said very clearly, it's something that doesn't need to be in a bylaw. And as a basic principle, we shouldn't be loading up the general bylaws or the zoning bylaws with things that don't need to be there.
I'll also say that I didn't particularly like the way that this board handled the BFAC recommendations. And we would have gotten to that, but there is so much on our plate, right? So I'm just asking for the courtesy. I'm not saying that you should have, and you can do whatever you like, but it just starts off, at least from my perspective, on the wrong foot to not give us the benefit of the doubt, to just pick up the phone and say, hey, I was gonna file this warrant article to change a bylaw, or we could have a conversation about whether or not you and maybe the board would be open to this and work with staff. And so that it's a win-win instead of yet another warrant article that puts us on the defensive and pretty much says the select board doesn't care about transparency, staff, doesn't care about this because they haven't gotten to it. There's a way to work with people and there's a way to, I guess, get things done. So I don't know how I'm going to vote on this. I probably will need another week to really think about it. We should talk about the resolution that kind of partners with this. Miriam has already said her piece about it. She reminded me that it's requesting a moderators committee. I'm with Miriam. I'm just going to start voting no on select board committees. Unless it's something being driven by a select board member that is willing to do all the work. But I guess I wouldn't be opposed to a moderators committee. But what do other select board members think? John?
Well, I've already stated, I intend to vote against 14 and is it 36 is the other one? I mean, for the same reason, basically. I think what's being lost here is transparency, yes, is a good. It's kind of hard to be against it. And it's very easy to tar, people with whom you have a disagreement over procedure as, being somehow anti-transparency because they don't agree with you on a procedure. This is all about a procedure. It's all about, and the end goal of the procedure should be to maximize the amount of money we get out of nonprofit institutions who consent to pilot agreements with the town of Brookline. And if the way to do that with nonprofit A is to say, if you agree to this pilot payment, we will advertise to the whole town that we're so pleased that you have agreed to the pilot agreement, and we will make sure that every year you get recognized for your pilot payment to the town. That's good. Let's do that. If nonprofit B says, I'll be happy to make this pilot payment, but there might be some folks on my board who question me as to if we don't have to pay taxes to the town of Brookline, why are we paying taxes to the Brookline? So could you keep it kind of on the down low and, doesn't have to be advertised to the whole world, that we have agreed to pay you this pilot payment. That has to be in the discretion of the person who negotiates the pilot agreements. And that's not about transparency. It's just about effectiveness and getting the most money we possibly can out of pilot agreements. And, if people doubt the ability of our, appointed negotiator to do this, then, make that known to, Chaz, like you think he's doing a bad job. I happen to think Steve Cirillo is doing a pretty damn good job, and he doesn't need to be told how to do his job via a bylaw or a resolution for a committee.
So this is a public hearing now on warrant article 36.
I just wanted to add a suggestion, and Chaz, I hope you think it's a good one. When I had the map drawn up for all the exemptions that were nonprofits, and they were in private houses, a lot of them were in my own precinct. That was in 2005. I wonder if you could direct the assessor's office to have a review, because not everybody lives forever. And if those homes were not put back on the real estate market rather than exemption, we're losing money there. So it's work, but it's the kind of work that will bring money in. So, but again, it comes with the policy of both the town administrator and the board of selectmen to instruct to focus on something where the staff will allocate the time to do that.
Regina, do you have a copy of that file?
You should have one. It's also in bound form at the library in the Brookline room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Every school got a loose plastic bound one, but I believe I know that the planning department kept it in a drawer. So you might even start there.
Well,
if you can't do it, then yes, I can get you a copy.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on warrant article 36?
At this time, there are 3 virtual attendees and 4 in person. No one is using the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, I will close the hearings for both 14 and 36. We probably will not vote tonight, but I want to thank the petitioners for making themselves available in person and also virtually and at this ungodly hour. And doing their part for democracy and transparency. Okay, the next warrant article presentation that we are to consider tonight is Article 27, zoning bylaw to prohibit new on-site fossil fuel infrastructure. I'm going to take a quick break, but Jesse can do a quick presentation, and then we have warrant articles that we heard last week that we are going to vote on, and then we have some board and commission appointments.
And I'm just reminding you, I want to revote on 7.
Oh, yes. Let's do that first, and then we'll take a quick 5-minute break. If that's okay with Jesse. Maybe he has a presentation that he wants to queue up. Miriam.
That's perfect.
Great. Miriam wants to be recorded as having voted on, what was it, warrant article 7? The need to publish and distribute hard copies. So I will move reconsideration. So we're voting on reconsideration, and then I will move the vote. Okay, so moving reconsideration. Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And I will move favorable action on the petitioner's version of warrant article 7. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. 5-minute break. And then we'll hear from Jesse Gray.
Thank you, everybody.
The faster we resume, the faster you can go home. Okay. Jesse, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Heather. And also thank you because there were 3 select board co-petitioners of our 2019 gas ban, but you're the only one remaining on the board. So thank you for the support then and now.
Okay.
So this is warrant article 27, which is an updated version of that 2019 gas ban. And as you know, in 2019, we made history because by passing that gas ban, we were the first outside California, the first in a cold weather climate, and the first to include renovations, not just new construction in that type of legislation. And we sparked a growing list of other municipalities throughout the Commonwealth and up and down the East Coast to pass gas bans. And that now includes New York City and Washington, D.C., as well as Boston. As you also know, the Attorney General said no. And so in 2020, we passed the same thing as a home rule petition. And then in 2021, we passed it again in the form of zoning disincentive bylaws, which were also disallowed and which which we are appealing jointly that ruling. In the meantime, the 2022 climate bill was influenced by the movement that we started here. And they, rather than actually passing our home rule petition and the other home rule petitions, they lumped them together into a pilot provision that would allow 10 municipalities to enact gas bans. And each of the policies are slightly different that the different municipalities have passed. And there's some uncertainty about how DOER, the state agency responsible for administering this pilot program, will do it. So the short of it is we're going to get a gas ban of some sort, and we still have some influence over the form that that pilot program takes. That's why we need to take action now. So there's a group of warrant articles, 3 warrant articles that officially asked to enter the program that pass a new home rule petition in case that's required by DOER. And then this article that you have before you tonight, 27, which is a new, it's a new version of the same policy. This time it's a zoning bylaw, a straight up zoning bylaw. And although we don't have the authority outside the pilot program, the hope is that by passing the zoning bylaw, it would be either allowed by the Attorney General under the pilot program or just allowed by DOER to become policy. So that's the intent. We did this for a couple of reasons. One, it would be legally stronger than not passing these articles. 2, it's fully compatible with the pilot program, which has a couple of hard-written exemptions in it. And 3, we also strengthened this policy just a little bit to make it more consistent with the emissions reduction goals of the town. So the last thing I want to say is to just explain how we kind of tightened the belt. So first, we removed the exemption from 2019 for gas cooking. And this is the first time that we've removed that exemption. It was not removed up until now. But we've learned a lot over the past few years about how bad gas cooking is for your health. And it poses as much of a risk to getting asthma as having a smoker in the house, we now know. And in addition to that, people have actually tried induction cooking, which is still a small fraction of people. Those people are quick converts because it's pretty obvious that it's superior in almost every way. So that's the first thing that's changing. Second thing is that we reduced the threshold for what qualifies as a gut rehab and would therefore trigger this requirement. This is not different than what we passed last year in 2021, but it is strengthened from the 2019 policy. So it's relatively minor. And then We removed the exemption for hot water heaters in buildings over 10,000 square feet because technology has advanced, and that the bar for that waiver was quite low. It would have allowed a waiver for very small cost increases of the hot water system of only 50%. And so instead, this policy has a waiver process, which is administered by the ZBA, and that would be the process required to be exempted from from all electric hot water in a large building. So that's it. Those are the changes, and that's the rationale. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there questions for Jesse? Chaz?
Hi, Jesse. My question here on the text of this law, given the processes that need to come into play here, particularly the likelihood, I mean, I don't see any way that we wouldn't be in a situation where Doer is going to draft regs implementing the 10 towns gas ban. Wouldn't it be more prudent here to make this bylaw springing in some way, or conditional, or keyed to its compatibility with Doer's regulations? And that way you kind of then have the best of both worlds. You have a situation where you are telling the state, this is the model, this is what we want to implement. Here's a model bylaw keyed up and ready to go. But you're also not running the risk of, if Doer drags its feet and takes a long time to issue regs, meanwhile, we're sending this to the Attorney General. You run the risk of the Attorney General in the interim striking it down, saying you haven't changed anything and there are no implementing regulations for this yet, so you're out. Could you modify this to make it springing such that it would be still accomplish what you want it to accomplish, in telling the state how you want a model bylaw to be structured across the 10 towns program without running the risk of it being struck down?
That's a great question, and I haven't honestly considered writing it that way. It does seem to me that that would be within scope based on my understanding with the moderator. So that is something that we could inquire with our council about. It's a great idea, and we can look into it.
Thanks.
Excellent. Sandy might actually know how to finesse some of the language. Any other questions? Well, the board was pleased to see many of the warrant articles that you had submitted. I believe this is the only one that we were thinking about taking a position on, just because it is a bylaw change, and we kind of expect the other warrant articles to not be as controversial. So why don't you talk to the moderator about that language, and then we'll maybe put you back on our agenda if this article changes.
Sounds good.
And if not, we'll vote at a later date.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so last week we considered warrant article 5, reduce the requirement for recommendations on all warrant articles, and warrant article 8, provide alternative to publishing ads in a newspaper of general circulation. Any further deliberation on those two warrant articles before we consider taking a position?
Could we just have a review of the what's being excluded and what's being
Sure.
included?
So warrant article 5, remember how we wanted to try to reduce the number of warrant articles?
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Just
So that's warrant article 5. It's
Right.
basically allowing us to kind of pick and choose which
Right.
warrant articles we weigh in on. Warrant article 8. So one of the issues there is with the patch no longer being the newspaper or the tab, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Being
Yeah.
the newspaper of record, the cost to advertise what we in our own bylaw require is starting to go up significantly. So this is a warrant article drafted by Melissa Goff.
Yeah.
To try to give us a little more flexibility.
Yeah, Heather, I apologize. I didn't state
worries.
my question clearly. It's the Article 5 that I was just wondering if we have in front of us, which are the ones we said we would and which are the ones we said we wouldn't.
All of the warrant articles that so this is different than that.
Yeah.
We can talk about which warrant articles we want to take up, but this was just asking town meeting to bless the fact that we
Yeah.
are going to move in that direction.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, fine. It's clear now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? And I think either Devin or Melissa have the list that so we'll circulate that to board
Yeah,
members.
I'd love to get that just because frankly, I didn't keep score accurately.
Now,
I'm pretty
42
sure.
warrant articles. Okay, so on warrant article 5, I will move favorable action. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Then with warrant article 8, I will also move favorable action. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none. Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Getting to our last agenda item for this evening, board and commission appointments. Ben Kaufman, is he still around?
Yes.
Wow.
No sleep for Ben.
He just answered an email I sent him, so I'm guessing he's still awake.
He's here.
Hi, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm still here, updating our poll worker trainings as we prepare for November. So productive evening.
Your work is never done. So do you want to present us on the registrar of voters, kind of walk us through what they do and what you need from us tonight?
Sure. So Brookline has a board of registrars of voters. It is a board that under state law is made up of 4 registrars. The town clerk always is one, and then 3 others. It must be split evenly by party between the 2 major parties, Democrats and Republicans. So for a number of years, we have had 2 excellent Republican registrars, Andrew McElraith and Peggy McGuire. And we've had a phenomenal Democratic registrar who was Linda Goldberg, who was the assistant town clerk here for many, many years. She was a fantastic town clerk, assistant town clerk. She led the office through COVID, and she retired in 2021 and has still been serving as the registrar. But she has informed me that she's ready to ride off into the sunset and finally be able to sleep on election night as opposed to having to be in here doing registrar's business. So that's why there is a vacancy for a Democratic registrar on the board. The board oversees our elections. They tend to be most active right during election season, helping register voters. On election night, they actually are in the clerk's office when the polls close, overseeing the closing procedures, hand counting late arriving ballots, and overseas ballots that are coming in. And then they meet in the days after the election to go over provisional ballots and other hand counts that they have to do to certify the election. So it's an incredibly important board. We've been very lucky to have registrars who work well together and are dedicated and working those late nights. So when Linda informed me that she was going to be leaving, I reached out to the chair of the Democratic Town Committee, who submitted 3 names for consideration to the board. I believe the names were David Aronson, a former town meeting member, Ernie Fry, a current town meeting member, and Michael Hecht, who is one of our wardens and one of the people who works in the town clerk's office doing our poll worker recruitment. So those are the three names that are before you, and the hope is that if you guys are able to appoint one, we are able to have a full board of registrars for the November election.
Okay, and just to clarify, we're not appointing all three. It's just one.
Correct.
Okay.
There's one seat, and you must choose of those three.
Okay. I will move Michael Hecht. Is he the warden?
Yeah, so Michael Hecht is a warden. He's currently the warden in precinct 5, which meant this past election he had the privilege of doing one of these split precincts. He's also a temp part-time employee in our office during election season who does a lot of our poll worker recruitment. And he actually was assigned as an alternate registrar back in May when there was a chance that we might have a recount at a time when we didn't have a full board available.
Great. Any discussion? Bernard?
Okay, I'd like to nominate Ernie Fry. So how do you want to do this?
I guess we will take yours first, and if he does not have the votes, then we'll move the name I suggested. Okay.
That's what people you want to do it.
Okay.
My hand's up.
Miriam.
Sorry. Did I miss it in the packet? But I don't see any information on these three individuals.
So there's an email from
I had forwarded an email to Devin, which was the nomination from Cindy Rowe, who's the chair of the Democratic Town Committee. So they nominate 3 names, or they submit 3 names to the select board, and the select board chooses one of them. So that email was the only material that we provided.
Yeah, this isn't exactly the same as our other boards and commissions where we force people to go through the application process.
I mean, that's fine, but I know nothing about these 3 except, of course, I know Ernie Fry, but I feel uncomfortable voting just randomly on somebody I don't know anything about. So I'll abstain.
Okay. All those in favor of Ernie Fry? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Abstain.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes no.
You should put your name up first.
Okay.
Miriam, to know him is to love him.
It's not, that's not the issue. It's, I'm not voting.
I know.
I have
I
3
get it.
people in front of me. I have no way to distinguish them really for their suitability for this role. And I'm not comfortable just randomly
getcha.
voting because I happen to know one of them. I actually think, no offense to everybody, but I think that's a bad way to do politics. I happen to know one. I don't, that, you know, to me, that's not fair, frankly. Life isn't fair. I get that. The vote's been taken. I get that, but I don't feel comfortable partaking in that.
Okay. Ben, do you have everything that you need?
Yep, that should be good. So I will I'll reach out to Ernie and sure that he's willing to do the job, and have him set up for November.
Great, thank you. Moving on to Solid Waste Advisory Committee. We have an appointment of Ravin Bhatia to the Solid Waste Advisory Committee for a 3-year term expiring in 2025. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. We had also noticed the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee, but we are postponing that. Okay, that is the conclusion of our business.
Yay.